And we are here, session 2 of the Age of Worms campaign. My name is Jarek, and I'm the Dungeon Master of this beautiful campaign. Do you have a question?
Oh no, I was just gonna say, and soon our name will be changing.
Yay, our name's gonna change.
Yeah, because too many bitches got this name.
Not that anybody knew that. But, yeah, so, we'll just, update the name and we'll just do that. It's gonna be Aurea Mediacritus. You can look it up.
Yes.
It's a thing. It's Latin, so.
I thought we were going with ADHD.
You missed that whole conversation that happened.
Yeah, I don't know where you were, but.
He was suffering from ADHD indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He sure was. Yeah, so that will be our name. It's a name that we've had for various other group projects and such.
For eons and eons.
For eons and eons. It's a name that is personal yet applicable in all situations. So, yeah, so I'm Jarek, I'm the Dungeon Master, and you can go ahead and go around if you want to introduce yourself. You can, but at least go around and say, so people can identify your voice with your character, and tell us your character's name and maybe like a sentence or so about it.
Who they are.
Yeah. And we are.
Yes, Brian. I can hear it in your voice. You don't even have to say it. Maybe someday I'll have time to do that. Also need to update your outfit.
So this is our splash screen. This is all the characters of various art we've found cobbled together that is the approximation of everybody's art. Obviously their character art, glamour shots, if you will. Yeah, so why don't we go ahead and start with you, sir?
Yep.
Okay.
Hello. This is Ben.
Hi,
I'll be
Ben.
playing Connor.
Wow.
He's a wizard, and I am awkward when talking to the public.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So Connor is the one for the second from the left. He's the guy with the brown coat. The wizard with fire in his hand. Yeah.
He's learning how to
Not quite a
lead
flame
a
project.
group.
Naomi, how about you?
I am Angela, and I will be playing Cinder. She is an Eladrin monk. She is the monk-looking one with the ponytail.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a spike on her head.
No, it's a ponytail.
It's not a very bright, shiny helmet from the Ottoman Empire.
No?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm Jessie, and I will be playing Bailiff. She's the sexy redhead, front and center. Yeah, that's really all you need to know.
Cool. Well, the other person's Kobe. So
You'll hear his voice because
He is playing Coben.
Identify.
he is playing Coben, which,
He's a human.
yes, he's a human
Marshall.
martial something, yeah. Double-bladed scimitar.
Uh-huh.
So,
Secret.
Can we
He's
get
got a
any
secret.
words from Kobe?
But anyway, you'll hear him.
yeah. Alright, last but not least.
I'm Brian, I play Envy, the one on the far right, and I'm a cleric.
Wow. And Envy has a little
A human
companion.
female cleric.
Human female cleric.
Has a little companion named Starlight, a little Luna pillar. Yeah, it's adorable. Anyway, aside from
Really,
this
Brian, just
awkward
playing with
as
the
fuck intro, yeah, I guess I should say, and it will be posted on any channel that we post these videos on.
Is there a cat in your garage?
Yeah, probably. Disclaimer: this is a group of adults, and we use adult language, and we talk about adult things. So
If that scares you, run away now.
if that scares you, run away now.
This
These
is the
videos
fucking
are never
place
going to be
for you.
safe for work. We will never post pornographic images, obviously, but we do use adult language. User discretion is advised.
Oh, damn it.
And portions
I'm
of
gonna
the
have to
show
throw
is
out a whole
pre-recorded.
folder.
Ah, fuck.
Whole art folder.
Yeah. I downloaded specifically from OnlyFans for my character.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
What about?
No, nothing. So yes. Anyway, previously, let's give a little recap of what happened here. Previously on the Age of Worms, when our campaign kickoff, the campaign opened up in the lake village of Diamond Lake, and we find 5 intrepid adventurers have what's the word?
Arrived?
Arrived. I was going to say collided, convened, converged. Yeah. We started with Connor, who was tasked by his mentor and wizard master Alistan to find and hire capable individuals to travel into a place called the Whispering Cairn and discover its secrets and lore. So he was working on that while Valeth and Coben together traveled from the Free City to Diamond Lake, both following up on very personal business between the two of them, which has not been publicly revealed fully. Envy, a cleric from the Twilight Monastery, gathered her things along with her little companion Starlight and made her way into Diamond Lake to complete some tasks set before her by her mistress Zalara the Occluded, a very, very mysterious individual indeed. And then we have Cinder, who arrived in Diamond Lake as part of her sojourn, finding the tales of the Whispering Cairn intriguing. Indeed, the history of the region in general, very intriguing. And thus, she decided to join the rest of them, and Connor hired this seemingly capable group. We'll see. And the 5 of you together ventured into the Cairn Hills, about 6 hours northwest of Diamond Lake, in search of the Whispering Cairn. While you were traveling through the cairn, you found some evidence of some ancient carvings and bas-reliefs depicting elemental air. So this place has a strong elemental connection that you've learned. You found some unidentifiable gray/black glass-like substance, one of which you've never seen before, and eludes your understanding. You also found an indigo lantern that when you place light in it, it produces magical indigo light. And one of you found a silver ring, stylized, the shape of a stylized feather, and I believe that was on Coben's possession, in which you entered a chamber with 7 short alcoves, all with hanging lanterns, which you discovered they are all different colors. The indigo one was missing, in which you promptly replaced it and lit up, but the red one is still missing. The wind in this Whispering Cairn, you can hear whispers on it, and you've made out 2 names, Icosiel and Zosiel. You've pieced them together with the whispers that you've heard. And in fact, you can confirm that Icosiel was one of the names that you found on the apparatus that was broken, had the glass that was shattered around it. You found a turning sarcophagus, which seemed to activate some sort of elevator apparatus, and you went down and you discovered a floating eyeball creature, something that you've never seen. It was otherworldly, it was bizarre,
Creepy.
very creepy, and it killed Coben's familiar hawk. And I don't know how to describe the next series of events, but apparently Valeth and Connor thought it was a good idea to cram inside the elevator at the same time, crashing it and causing it to break, which means that another way will have to be found out, either by climbing up or some other means. After maybe defeating this creature, you think he's probably defeated. You're at least out of combat now. This is where
He had run into a giant patch of brown mold.
Yes.
After Cinder attempted to speak with him.
Yes.
It.
Yeah. Which it did not seem. It seemed to understand language, but not any that you were speaking.
Yeah.
At least so. And
I did not color. I did not speak.
Is your controller connected yet, Ben?
Yep.
Okay, cool. And your controllers are working? So right now all of you are selected. If somebody just clicks outside in like an area, they'll unselect or deselect. Is it better?
Mine is not.
Well, mine was connected up until I picked it up.
Yeah.
Is it not
Mine's
working?
Not doing anything now.
Oh, you guys are over here. So if you don't see the cursor,
Oh, okay.
it's probably over here on the other screen.
Okay, there you go.
There we go. Cool. So yes, you have entered. Yeah, you've come down this elevator shaft. And another thing to mention: gas trap was activated, but held off by Coben by standing on the pressure plate, which was found, passing through the long hallway with alcoves with these genderless beings who seem to have one point held up something aloft in their hands, and a gentle breeze kind of flows through the hallway. And you've come to this middle chamber in which this eye creature.
We found a chamber with a bed.
Yeah. So
and a fountain with no water. And a door.
Yep.
Which led to a latrine.
Yes. And that's kind of exactly where we left off. This red line on the map is representing the growth of the mold after some sort of fire was lobbed. I think it was from Cinder.
Yeah, she was identifying which mold it was.
Yeah. So yeah, she lobbed some fire into it, confirmed that it was brown mold and not yellow mold.
Which means it's attracted and absorbs heat.
Yes, and will
die in the cold.
Yes, you can kill it with cold. It will also suck the heat out of you. That is very dangerous. So, yeah. So, with that, you take a couple of moments to collect yourselves. And what do you do now?
Connor is going to take a few minutes to cast Detect Magic.
So you're going to sit down for 10 minutes and cast Detect Magic?
Okay.
So 10 minutes minimum to explore.
Okay. What are you doing, Envy? I'm gonna put the asleep button on you because it looks like a sparkly moon, but just to remind me that you have Detect Magic up.
I want to go look at those the statues in the hallway more.
Okay.
That we went through, since we have to wait a little bit. Yeah.
You'll have to move the Lunamon.
Oh, you can't pick him up?
I can, I just don't want it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm moving one character, don't want the other one.
I'll just make him invisible and we'll just keep him. Because he's on Envy,
Yeah.
So. Okay, so you're looking at the statues, Coben. What are you doing?
Probably just looking around, I guess.
Okay. Are you looking for anything in particular, or just kind of taking a glance around?
Taking a glance around.
Okay. Okay. Why don't Envy, you make a history check, and Coben, you can make a perception check. What is Valeth doing?
I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna come down here and look around in here a little more.
Okay. Are you looking for anything in particular, or just?
Secret doors, secret anything really.
Okay.
Exits, information like hieroglyphs, that kind of stuff.
Okay, make an investigation check.
Sure.
What are you doing, Cinder? Cinder?
All my character information filled out.
Oh no. Yeah. Oh, that's not bad. It's a 14.
I got a 14 history.
Okay. Excelente.
I got something there. Okay. Fucking custom class.
Do you have anything specific that you're doing while you're waiting for the 10 minutes, Cinder?
Me? Yes. So, I am going to do something similar to what I did with the last time. And so Cinder is going to take a moment to focus.
Mm-hmm.
And when she switches stances and when she uses elemental power, it's not like magic, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so she takes a moment to focus, and you see like moisture from the ground almost like slowly begin to rise, like a little bit of a mist, and it coalesces. And then I'm gonna strike out at the moss because I'm gonna use my my surge ability.
Okay.
Which is I can increase my unarmed strikes by 15 feet and they deal cold damage.
Nice.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna stay 15 feet away from it and just basically punch the moss.
Okay. Makes sense.
To whip it with these kind of tendrils, and like they happen like as they rise. She kind of like gathers the water from the ground and the environment around her, and she begins to whip it out like water whips.
Nice. Okay, so
she's just gonna start working on getting rid of the moss while they're doing their stuff.
okay, so we don't need to roll attacks or anything. What's the normal damage?
It's my unarmed strike damage, which is boop 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 1d4 plus 4.
Okay, so roll 10d4 plus 40.
10d4.
That'll be 10 rounds, which will be technically a minute, but
So many. Oh, so many ones.
oh, that's a minimum of 5 each time, right? Yeah, okay. You don't need to actually roll. So let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, within that whole 10 minutes,
Okay,
you have
it's
plenty of
57.
time.
Was
Yeah.
damage.
You have plenty of damage that you're doing. So we can consider this area no longer mossed. So as you strike out and this moisture collects, and the cold begins to kind of streak out of you, you see this brown moss, this almost thin velvety carpet begin to shrivel and kind of dust away into like a dark ash, and the area is clear. However, there is a bit on the let me
I can't see.
Can we zoom in a little?
you can with the bumpers.
I was trying to remember how to zoom in.
In this area, there's a fountain on the other side, and this fountain is actually working, but covering the fountain and kind of glooping out of it, where your cold hasn't touched, is this kind of yellow, goopy sludge type, almost like a runny flour mixture, and it's not affected by your cold at all, so it's not a mold or any other brown mold. But it just kind of, the whole basin's kind of filled, and it's kind of almost like a soupy, floury mixture that's filling this basin, this little fountain.
Can I roll any sort of check on it to identify it?
You can make an Arcana check or a Nature check.
Angela has concerns. I think they're the same for me. So, Cinder is not concerned. She rolled a 3.
Okay.
It looks like goo.
A 3 total?
3 total.
Yeah.
Looks like goo.
What's Cinder's intelligence?
My intelligence is 11.
Okay. Yeah, that's something odd about it. That's what.
I'm
she
just going to
can
stay away
piece
from it.
together. Yeah. So you are inspecting the statues, right, Andy? So as previously described, all the statues are different, even though the map shows them identical. They're all different genderless or androgynous beings that are life-size, so they are to scale, but they're about a solid foot or 2 feet taller than your average human. They look human, but they have kind of elongated, smooth features. None of them have hair. And they're all wearing kind of flowing robes. and they all have their hands out. Some are like in a bowl shape, or some have one hand out. Some simply have a finger up. And you, as you're inspecting these statues, you can feel faint breezes around each of the features of where their hands are. And you're not really sure. You got a 14. Obviously, this is what you can see on each statue is at the base of each statue, carved under each person are like buildings or almost like architectural styles, as if to say like.
I have to remember mine was history.
Yeah. As if to say like the person in the statue is either somehow responsible or connected to like certain building types, like they've made something and they're being represented in some way. You don't know what culture this is. I mean, the 14's not really going to tell you much other than the architecture that you do see in the statues and the robing styles and just everything else. It tells you that they're older than anything that you've ever seen or heard of. And again, to reiterate, the architecture style is like if you were to imagine like Tolkien Elvish style, but less elven, like more human. It's like a odd mix. So an elf would look at this kind of architecture and it's familiar. It's like if you went to Morocco and saw the kind of domed arches, and then you went to Arabia and you see different ones, but they're different, and you're like, oh, it's familiar. So an elf would find them familiar, but a dwarf might also find them familiar. There's a lot of like geometric etched angles as well, and so it seems like a mix, but clearly it's not. So yeah, very old. And you're just taking a look around. You rolled a perception check.
Yeah, I got 11.
11? Okay. You don't notice anything out of the ordinary, but while you are looking around, poking around, you discover that these little gusts of wind, as you pass your hand over one of the gusts of wind, it lifts your hand up almost like in a substantial way. And given the 10 minutes that are going by and everybody's kind of walking around and experimenting, chatting amongst yourselves or whatever you're doing, you discover that you can put something in the hand and it stays aloft as if it floats there. So there must have been things that have held there. You know, I imagine maybe Coben takes out a coin and it just kind of sits there and twirls.
You mean put something in the air?
Yeah.
In the bowls.
Yeah.
That's what Cinder was actually gonna do before the eye stalk thingy appeared.
Yeah.
But
so and nothing happens when you do. It just seems like they were holding things were held aloft by these hands, and magic is still active. So and then you rolled an investigation check in that room. You're taking a closer look around.
Yeah.
All right. So let me make sure that we're all good on the tech end. Okay. Yeah. So you see that like a large stone slab, which is would be the length of a bed if it were to your scale, but it's larger.
Right.
And there is a huge statue of a long-nosed, bald humanoid figure with outstretched hands. He's kind of holding them out almost like a Mother Mary or like pose, you know, almost religious. The figure wears a lovingly sculpted, wind-tossed robe that gives him the appearance of a triumphant god. Around its neck is a stylized amulet, and it has stylized glyphs that are identical to the one on the sarcophagus above. In fact, this probably might be the same, either related, either the same person or related in some way. Yeah, and I actually can show you the picture. picture of that said sarcophagus with that amulet. Let me show
And
you.
this is a carved amulet or an actual amulet?
It's a carved amulet. It's
Okay.
part of the statue. Yeah.
Let me make sure.
Yeah.
He's obviously
I
inviting
need to
you
bring
to
somebody
lay
here.
down and take a nice long nap.
Yeah, eternity.
Yeah, I'm guessing that this is where someone else did.
Right.
So this is actually an image of the sarcophagus.
Oh, cool.
So you see the amulet around the neck?
But it's not really that big.
No, it's just a picture of it.
I'm just like, wait a minute.
Yeah, the sarcophagus, if you can recall, is actually that big.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So, yeah, so that's the amulet. The statue looks very similar to this.
I feel
The
like this is
features
hand
are
significant.
a little different. So, but the amulet is identical.
Okay.
So, make a history or arcana check, you.
Was anyone doing that hand symbol among the statues?
No, but if you recall, I described the finger on
It
this,
missing a
on
finger.
Oh, right.
I only
sarcophagus
got
being
an
missing.
11.
11? Yeah, you're not really sure any significance about any of the features.
Okay.
So it looks like a really old statue to you.
Wait a sec. How the fuck did you get back up there?
I'm not back up there.
She's not. I just wanted to show her the picture. I didn't
Oh.
want to show the
Teleport.
picture.
Okay.
But that would be cool.
As
So
as far as the rest of the stuff that you're looking at, carved into the walls and the spaces are like stone, and they're actually carved from the walls, so it's all been carved by one piece. Wardrobes and dressers. They look like they've been ransacked a long time ago. But what was your investigation check again? I'm sorry.
I got a 17.
That's pretty good. So as you're looking around and you kind of clear this room more or less, there's not really much of anything interesting in here at all. And as you're kind of walking out, you notice that there is a small protruding piece of stone. Yes, you meant, yeah. Punching out of this piece of the wall as you're kind of keeping your eye out. And yeah, it looks almost like a very small button. It's very easy to miss though, especially with very little light. But you have
Lots of light.
Okay.
Putin.
Well,
you found a bootin.
it looks like a button.
A bootin.
Putin.
I'm gonna get closer, and I want to see if I can maybe surmise what the button does.
You can make an investigation check. Or if you have any proficiencies with stonemasonry or anything that you think would help you with architecture or
Not with architecture. just
traps. Yeah.
I
Yeah, you
mean,
can
my
make
thieves' tools and
an investigation check.
that's a 12. So do I add my proficiency because of these tools, or?
You're just making an investigation check.
Oh, okay. So it's 15.
15? Obviously, at first glance, it looks mechanical, so it's not magical, although there might be magic somewhere, that it might connect to. But it looks mostly mechanical, and whatever it is, it would be behind those walls, obviously. But it doesn't look like you surmise it's conspicuous enough that it's not supposed to be dangerous because it's just out in the open. So it's like it's something that is
Push
not like a trap reset or
Should push it.
Huh?
I pushed it.
Oh, okay. So you push it in, and you at first you might expect a click. There's no resistance. It slides in almost like it's lubed or something. Like it just whoop, and then it disappears. There's no seam. And as you do that, the fountain, the dried fountain, begins to kind of trickle, and it begins to pour out at first brown water, but then the fountain begins to kind of briefly glow and shimmer, and then it dies out, and the water is crystal clear, and it begins to fill up the fountain.
Oh.
Just on that side though, right?
Mhm.
The other side is still jelly.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
So about that time, your eyes as you complete your detect magic ritual.
Blind.
You sense magic from behind you. You sense magic coming from each of the statues. You sense magic from Starlight. You sense magic from. Can it? What are the barriers of detect magic? Like what? I think it's like through a foot of stone or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's 30 feet.
Detect magic. For the duration, you sense the presence of magic within 30 feet of you. If you sense magic in this way, you can use your action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic, and you learn its school of magic, if any. The spell can penetrate most barriers, but it is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
Okay. That just shows me your detect magic radius. Let me turn down that color intensity because that's a lot.
That's very bright.
Yes.
That's kind of what he sees. Like at the start is like when then it settles.
And everything that's magical slowly, it still has like as bright to him.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool.
There we go. Alright, so that will kind of cue me in on what you're seeing. So yeah, as you take a look, looks around, you see that the fountain on both sides glow. If you yeah, so it's a magical place.
So it also tells him the schools of magic, though, right?
Yeah, are you focusing on anything, or?
I want to look at these statues.
Okay. And you're wanting the school?
Yes.
Okay. So as you focus, you can get the impression that there's intense planar connection, and you surmise that it's probably a conjuration from the elemental plane of air.
Nice.
So, and you get the same vibe and feeling from the fountains as well, although the fountains are not, you don't think they're connected elementally, but they are conjuration. They emit conjuration magic.
Okay.
Yep.
So they did indeed have schools to magic over. How long ago did we say it was? Like 50,000 years?
Unknown.
I said tens of thousands of years. I mean,
No one's sure.
They have water too.
So they did indeed have magic.
And indoor plumbing.
Schools of magic over tens of thousands of years ago. Interesting.
But hasn't magic always been around then?
Valeth and Cinder, where you're standing,
So is the current thought?
you both begin to hear kind of a deep, kind of gurgling, sloshing noise coming from the toilet area. Like a. It doesn't look like a creature, it's just like a watery kind of effect. Alright, so.
The way is
yeah.
clear.
Mhm.
Cinder would say.
Mhm.
If we're wanting to proceed.
You just see, like, from your spot, you just see Bailiff kind of like pop her head out and be like, "Hey, I found some running water."
This side is not.
Not running.
Might I add that the water that is now in the fountain smells like a crisp, nearly ice cool, like mineral spring. It's like a sweet,
How dumb am I?
really, really good smelling, clean
I just
water.
need to check one.
Like
It's
Pretty
Vox
fucking
water.
dumb.
it would condensate a glass.
Pretty
Like
fucking dumb.
I'm pretty well. Yeah.
What's your wisdom?
My wisdom is 15, so I'm not that dumb.
Yeah. Got some common sense.
What are you doing?
I mean, magically purified water.
That's what I'm thinking.
Not on the side.
Like, I wanna,
Perhaps you should look at this side before you drink anything from that.
oh, is this a better?
You walk around and know it's not better.
Yeah, as soon as you turn that corner, you can see where this goop, this I'm gonna say batter for lack of term, has kind of dripped down in some places, but it's not continuing to overflow.
Yeah, and Cinder is keeping her distance from it too. Like she's not step.
Sorry.
One at a time, ladies.
I'm just gonna move back a little bit.
And then you notice that the batter is like the consistency and color of like pancake mix batter.
Gross.
But it's like a smooth.
Does it smell?
As you take a hit, it almost smells like a very faintly of like honey. But it's not. It's honey-like.
Is there a button?
No.
This is all cleared of mold, right?
Yeah, I mean you see the bits of the
Flakes.
ash that's kind of been left around, but and yeah, there's nothing in the fountain though. Like you don't see any ash in the fountain.
So, I mean, it looks like honeyed batter, basically.
Like raw honey, maybe.
no,
Have you ever seen raw honey?
It looks like pancake batter.
Yeah, like raw. Have you ever seen raw honey where
Yeah.
it's like that thick, like opaque coloring?
And it smells like honey. It doesn't smell like raw.
It smells honey-like. That's the closest thing that you.
It's sweet,
Yeah, it smells sweet, but not sugar sweet. It smells.
naturally sweet.
It doesn't smell like anything you've ever smelled.
It smells like
Like
bee
sap,
spit.
maybe?
I mean, sap doesn't smell sweet to me, but yeah.
Some sap does.
Maybe like
Like maple syrup.
I was gonna say like a mix of maple syrup, honey.
Okay.
But
It's
sweet smelling.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is because, like, I have experience with poisons and different toxins and stuff. I'm trying to see if
Are you proficient with Poisoner's Kit?
Proficient with ancient poisons.
I am.
Okay, so make either a Wisdom or Intelligence and add your proficiency. See if you can determine if it's poison.
17
And I want to look at whatever that thing is behind me.
Yeah.
Which is-
Plus my proficiency, which is 2, so 17, 18, 19, 20, 30, 20.
Okay. It doesn't smell like most kind of poisons can smell like sweet, but they have like a almost like a bitter aftertone of smell, even if they're like cyanide is like almond, and you don't get any sense of poison from it. You've never smelt anything like it, but it doesn't smell. It doesn't smell dangerous. Not that you can make that call, but it doesn't smell like a acid, or it doesn't smell like
Okay.
yeah.
I'm going to grab. Like, I just want to take like a sample of it. So I have something to do that with.
Well, while you figure that out.
Yep, I will figure that out.
As you look into this chamber, you see a series of, it's not represented on the map, but work tables, vices, spinning wheels, blocks of unfinished marble. Obviously this is a sculptor's workshop. And there is a huge unfinished statue of an imposing bare-chested warrior wielding a staff-like rod in its left hand on the north wall. The hairless figure looks similar to the bas-relief on the sarcophagus upstairs, but is clearly meant to be a different person. A short red metal pedestal against the south wall, so the wall that you came in is not actually against the south wall, but there in the room, displays what appears to be a jet black stone egg the size of a small boulder. A gold glyph, an equilateral triangle with short hash marks through each leg marks the face of the egg.
I want to look at that egg closer.
What marks?
Hash marks.
So
So it's basically.
basically like that.
I can't see that.
Yeah, we can't see
I
that.
can't see that at all.
It's like a triangle, and then there's a mark through each
Yeah.
line.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get up closer to the egg to look at it.
Okay. Yeah, it is a jet black. What looks to be. I mean, it looks like a natural gem. Maybe jet, onyx. I'm not really sure. Other than that,
Yay, thank you.
the staff rod in the unfinished statue's hand
Oh.
looks.
Is it not carved?
Oh no, it is.
Oh.
But it looks like great attention to detail was put into this.
Item.
Into this bit of the carving. So much more. I mean, it is unfinished, but much more detail has been put into this particular staff or rod or whatever it is. It looks like a 3/4 staff. So it's like slightly shorter than that quarter staff, but not as short as a walking stick.
But it's not really a staff.
No, it's carved. Yeah, it's marked.
Just have to make sure each time, because it's like if they're holding a freaking staff, that's
You
no
gotta
longer
take it.
holding
You
a
gotta
staff.
take it. Yeah.
I
I
take it.
just need to know if I'm getting new equipment.
Am I getting loot? No. Okay. So I will look at this egg,
Okay.
and then.
How do you look at the egg?
Well, I hear Connor coming up the hallway.
You sure do. And Tobin, are you joining them or are you hanging back?
I'll join him.
Okay. NB, what about you?
I'll be looking at the fountain one,
Okay, which one? The sludge or the water?
the goopy one.
Okay. And Valeth, what are you doing?
I'm taking a sample.
Of the gooby stuff?
Mm-hmm.
How are you taking a sample?
I'm gonna take one of my daggers
Mhm.
and try and I'm gonna test it for acid.
Okay. And you stick it in there and
And
you
then
pull the dagger back out and it kind of sticks to it a
kinda
little bit and it sloughs
Pour
off.
it into an empty potion bottle
Okay.
and stopper it.
Okay. Yeah, the empty potion bottle feels warm. Like it's producing a little bit of heat. It's not hot, but it's warm.
Okay.
Like the sludge is warm.
That makes sense why they're in this room.
That also might make sense why the yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
The mold.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
Totally is.
Did we find any remains of the eyeball thing?
I mean, it's no, you actually do not. You don't know where it went. Yeah. So you haven't seen it, which is disconcerting.
Cinder made peace with it. We had a talk.
The
I didn't know that you did
I need to look up the spell.
I can't technically have a talk with it until 7th level, but
Yeah, just stare down.
we had to stare down pretty much, and it ran
Staring match.
with a 2-eyed bola.
everything
It
that
would
needed to be
win.
said. You said
No,
with
it
your eyes.
ran away. Yeah, everything we had to say. The eyes are the window to the soul, you know.
One more thing I need to look up. Hang on. Sorry. Nope.
Connor, does this? Did you ever give your last name actually?
Yep.
Yes.
Hey, thank you,
Which
Jesse.
is?
Montgomery.
Oh, that's right,
You're welcome.
Mr. Montgomery.
Oh god. What?
Shut up. Does this?
Connor.
Connor, does this give off any magical aura?
It does. It shines a very, very bright to you, powerful enchantment aura.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Do you really think?
Yes.
There is also something laying on one of the workbenches in this room that gives off a powerful transmutation aura. And as you look closer, they appear to be like workman goggles of some sort, like goggles that you'd slip over your face.
So he wanders over to look at those.
Okay. Yeah. They look like they are beautifully made, like leather, polished, like intricately carved leather goggles. And the two goggles are almost kind of like if you were to cut panes of like quartz, like clear quartz. Yeah.
I pick up the egg.
Okay. As soon as you touch the egg, it kind of moves.
You walked away.
And a set of arms and legs kind of sprout out from it. And almost like, have you guys seen The Wizard of Oz 2 when the Gnome King kind of like comes through the rock? A face kind of like morphs and appears and drifts up. And this scowl kind of appears. And now you have a tiny black rock-like creature that is scowling at you.
I'm still holding it, but
Oh, you grabbed it?
I picked it up.
Oh,
and then-
okay. It's actually, I should have clarified. It's about the size of like a small child.
Oh, okay.
It's a
never
small
mind.
boulder size. Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, I reached out and touched it.
Yeah. So yeah, it's scowling
Okay.
at you, and it utters something. You speak primordial, right? It utters something that sounds like a really guttural. You pick out the words, "What? Here? You? Why?" But it's saying a lot more than that. But that's what you can pick up.
Okay. Freaking stone. Okay, stone gnome thing. Ink. Cinder stops touching it.
Okay.
She'll just kind of draw back her hand, and she'll give like a slight like nod to it. And she'll try to reply in primordial. What the fuck are we doing here? Earthchild, we are looking for a red lantern.
Its face darkens to some twisted, like malevolent moment of aha. And I need everybody to roll initiative.
Oh, okay. Wrong answer. Wonder. It's a stone thing.
It's
I
a stone
am
thing.
in. Maybe the wrong thing. I didn't change my stance.
Cinder, what's your initiative?
Oh. That's a great question. And I would love to tell you.
4.
It is a dirty 20.
Okay. Connor.
Dirty 20.
Dirty.
Oh, who has the higher dex?
My dex is a dex that I have.
Probably higher than his. I'm
It is
assuming.
19.
Yeah. Alright, Envy.
Much higher.
16.
Coben.
I only got a 6.
Bailiff.
10.
Okay. So. As he gives you this malevolent look, sharp spikes protrude from its back and its hands, and he goes to stab you, but you have time to react first.
Okay. Ugh, I haven't even rested yet. I'm pretty sure. Just double check.
Those temporary hit points from your ability, how long do they last? Because I still have them marked on here.
Yeah.
Because it's been probably 20 minutes. Speaking of 20
Okay.
Minute.
Well, I'm going to. I'm going to hop him.
What?
So 23 and a 21 to hit with my quarterstaff.
They both hit.
Okay. Those are just on effects, so 13 points of bludgeoning damage.
What's the total for both?
As
Okay.
I'm going to whop him.
Alright, yeah, your quarterstaff cracks across this strange stone material, which you now realize is its skin. But it is actually made of rock. Some sort of rock.
So is it? Do I get the sense that's resistant to bludgeoning?
No.
So that was my bonus action. That was my.
When you say crack, does that mean break or just smack?
Hand.
Sure.
No,
What?
I just smacked it.
Yeah, the quarterstaff, as it's slamming into this rock creature, small, tiny little cracks and chips are kind of flying off of it. So she's doing some damage, yeah. But there's no sense that it should have been more effective or anything like that.
And yeah,
You can
I don't
actually
really
put
have
it in a
anywhere
proper
to
square, too.
move. So. And I didn't change my stance because I used my bonus action. So that'll be the end of my turn.
Okay. Connor, it is your turn. This tiny rock thing is trying to kill Cinder. All of a sudden.
Yeah, and you speak primordial, so you heard what I said. And
Yeah.
It decided it didn't like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you do understand the same words, but it's speaking a whole language, but you're only picking up certain words. Like it's some sort of dialect or something.
Well, I'm going to hurl firebolt at it.
Okay. Jesus.
Natural 20.
Whoa!
Ooga.
Let's see where my dice is.
Envy, I'm gonna need you to kill this thing.
I need you to just
When was I giving
end that.
temporary point?
What do
Yeah,
I
so
do?
you had your twilight thingy
It's
that you
still
did last
on.
time.
The 30 feet of dim light, you activated a feature, and if
And
you
it-
end your turn
Oh,
there.
okay, yeah, that's over right there.
Okay,
Okay,
so I
so
need to
the-
remove that.
Yeah. It lasts for a minute.
Oh, okay.
Boo.
What do we do for?
So your fireball is firebolt is 1d10, right?
Mhm.
So you do 10, so as if you roll max damage, and then you roll another d10, and then you add your modifiers on top of that.
Oh.
And you do
11.
11
Plus
total.
your modifiers.
You got a 10.
Oh, I
and
guess
then-
you don't.
and
I
then
don't think
roll a
Firebolt
one.
has any modifiers.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think
because it's a cantrip.
Sad. All right. Well, 11's
Well, hey, still did.
better than nothing.
Yeah.
The firebolt, however, the fire seems to heat the rock, but it doesn't do as much damage as you think it would. It took half of the fire damage. And that was your action?
Yep.
Yeah, you see this creature's face, and it's still kind of vaguely egg-shaped, but its face is actually sliding all around its feature, its body, and it kind of like, it scowls at you, and it barks out in that strange language, like something about a slave, Ifrit, and it just kind of like barks at you, like it's like insulting you in some way. And is that the end of your turn, or do you want to move or anything?
Yes, that is the end of my turn for now. And I think I'm going to ditch the axe set.
Okay.
Yeah.
If it's easier, yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna give you, what's your passive? Okay. Envy, it's your turn. Do you speak Primordial? Okay. Yeah, you hear it cussing out Cinder and Connor and It's some sort of very gravelly, coarse-sounding language. That bottle, clear bottle right there, of vape. Yes, I need it. Give it to me. Give it to me, baby.
Threw it directly into your
I
hand.
know, and it fucking fell.
It's directly under your chair.
Is it?
Yep, straight between your legs.
Excuse me.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Fuck me. God damn it.
While we're waiting, I will mention that these critical attacks, house rules, are brought to you by Mark Holmes.
Yes, we are using some house rules. You will discover them as we go. But that is one of my favorites. It doesn't.
Need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Why?
Because it's a rock and it sucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we don't like it.
He started it.
Yeah, he did start it.
He did.
I was nice.
I'm doing
I
a
mean, you
sacred
did
flame.
not ask
All
for
right.
consent.
And you got an 11.
Yay!
Oh, I thought he was a knight.
We're gonna hurl some light for 4 damage. Radiant.
4 radiant.
Research radiant.
Yeah. It.
Yep.
That radiant light that would cook through somebody's flesh or corporal body mostly slides off of it. It takes a little bit, but
Now I die.
who is selected? Why is it? Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Oh, it's stuck. Okay. Did you say you in your turn?
Yeah.
Yo.
Okay. It is its turn.
While
Yeah.
it's not my turn, I have to go feed the cats.
Huh. Huh.
Right here, bitch.
So, in an uncharacteristic, well, maybe not uncharacteristic, but in almost like a badger frenzy-like way, it lunges at you with its spiked hands and back, and just starts Tasmanian deviling your body. And it's gonna make 3 attacks on you.
With, heated spikes.
24,
Mm-hmm.
9, and 17.
2 of them hit.
Okay. 12 points of piercing damage for 2 of those attacks. And then... Yeah. That is the end of its turn. It is basically almost practically leaps onto you and just starts stabbing you with these spikes.
Mhm.
And it's uttering words that you think mean like die or like kill. Like it's this murderous rock thing that's going for you. But something about the way it's speaking, you think it's actually not talking about you specifically. It doesn't seem to be addressing you. Not Envy, sorry. Valeth, it is your turn. You see Cinder and this creature locked in mortal combat. Mortal combat!
Okay.
Cinder had a rocky personality.
Certainly having a rocky day. I feel like we've hit rock bottom.
Off to a rocky start.
Okay.
Stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Well. Stop it. I am going to. Here.
Okay. You can pick your head around so see him.
Yeah.
So.
For cover, and I'm going to use my bonus action to hide.
Okay.
And with that, do I need to roll a stealth check, or is it just...
Yep.
Okay. That is a 12.
12?
Yeah, I got a 12.
Okay.
That's not pretty good.
Okay.
Then,
Well, you're hidden to the best of your ability.
Yep. And then I'm gonna swing around and shoot him.
Okay. Well, you're not hidden.
Okay.
So you don't get advantage.
I figured.
Make an insight check though.
Okay. Insights. That's a 13.
13. So his face is more pointed at Cinder and more pointed at Connor, who he's engaged with. But he still physically, as you reach around and begin to use a crossbow,
Yeah.
as you draw and begin to fire a crossbow, you see his body reacting as if he could see you.
Okay. Okay.
But his face isn't facing you. So
He's a rock, though. So.
yeah, so he has
he
he
has some
other
earth
sense. Yeah.
That makes sense. So much sense. Okay. So. Then-
I'm sorry. What was your insight again?
13.
13. Yeah, you get the sense that you couldn't physically hide from him.
So, in which case, I would still miss with my attack, just for the record.
Oh, what'd you get?
Like a 5.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely a miss. Why you gotta be so lame?
I know.
Jeez, are you drunk?
Yes.
Remember
I'm
how to
just-
set waypoints?
Yeah, that's what I did.
Oh, you sure did. Oh wow, you're drunk.
No, I'm just trying to make it like as efficient as possible. So basically, once I realize that I can't sneak up on him, I move into flanking position.
Okay.
And so basically, like, Bayla's like, okay, that's fine. And she tries to hide and realizes, well, that's not gonna fucking work. So I'm gonna stow my crossbow and pull out my dagger and short sword and just run, try and get behind him.
Okay. At the end of your
And
turn.
that's my turn.
Alright, Coben, it's your turn. Yeah, there's something definitely hinky going on with this creature. If Valeth couldn't sneak up on it.
I'm gonna go over here and then cast Frostbite.
Okay.
Oh. When I started Detect Magic, did I see a ring shaped glowing on Cullen's presence?
No.
You've got it in your
I missed.
pocket.
I only got a 3.
A 3? Okay.
Yep.
Where is that ring, Coben?
Thought he left it in the backpack.
Yeah, it's in the backpack still.
Okay.
In his pants.
Then yes, you would detect a faint glow from the backpack. Not a specific area of the backpack, but yeah. Coben, do you have a spell book?
No.
Okay. Okay. Well, that missed. Frostbite, is that like a ray of cold?
A numbing frost to form on. Well, it says you cause a numbing frost to form on one creature,
Okay.
so it like forms on them or around them.
Yeah, you've definitely covered him with frost, but it doesn't seem to have any effect. Your spell wasn't strong enough. Penetrate. Penetrate.
That was gonna be my turn.
Okay. Okay, so
You made him a little chilly.
It's a me, a Mario.
not yet.
Oh, that's not there. Because.
Valeth, make a Constitution saving throw for me.
Oh, boo.
Okay.
Yay!
Constitution?
I believe in you.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Oh man. 15.
Nice.
You failed.
You see a streak of energy come from behind the statue,
Oh, my eye
God
friend.
damn it.
and it hits your body, and you feel like your body's about to seize up, but you fight and you push through it, and it kind of stays there, and it's roped around, kind of wrapped around the statue's upper arm, and seems to be very defensive, almost like a snake about to strike. And that is its turn. And Cinder, now it's your turn.
Now it's my turn.
Did I take any damage? Sorry.
Did what take any damage?
Me.
No, he just did an eye beam.
Yep.
Okay, so Cinder is very bloody from all of these gashes.
What is she
Having
at?
not healed yet from the previous.
What is she at right now?
I'm at 9.
Cool.
Attacks. So, but I am going to. I'm going to use my last key point because I have it. So, I will first use my attack to attack with my quarterstaff.
Okay. You have advantage. Because of flanking.
That's good. 19.
You hit.
So that will be 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And then she will spend a key point to do flurry of blows. So I'll make 2 more unarmed attacks.
Okay. All the advantage.
Vantaggio. That is 17 and 19.
They both hit.
And both of these deal bludgeoning. All of these deal bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
So that will be 7 and 5.
Okay.
So yeah, I will strike out with that, and then I'll use it to the quarterstaff to pivot, and then kick that thing in the face a few times.
In the chaos of battle, you have begun to seriously wreck this this stone creature. Chunks of it are beginning to crack, splinter off, almost like obsidian flakes that are just kind of sloughing off of it. It is seriously looking very injured. And you can
Cinder
tell by
likewise
now-
looks pretty injured and winded at this point.
You can tell by now that bludgeoning seems to be the best method. Any other kind of damage seems to have not been as effective.
Yeah, she'll hold her quarterstaff and just wait. I'm gonna stay there though, because
Okay. Connor, it is your turn.
Well, I'm going to pelt it with fire again.
Okay. Roll the hit.
actually worked out well that I was in Dance with Water. It does one thing.
Let's see.
I think my old man arm strikes, I guess, do bludgeon.
5? No. That's my hit modifier.
I don't know my fire damage.
What did you roll to hit?
17.
You hit.
Yay.
That beats its armor class.
That's cocked.
You're cocked.
Nah. In the head.
Okay. 3 fire damage.
Alright. That is barely acknowledged by this creature. So yeah, you unleash another arcane torrent of flame as it bashes and pummels into this little earth elemental type thing.
Because that's all I can do on the offensive.
Do you want to move anywhere, or you can stay there?
Oh. I'll stay.
Okay.
Maybe.
Envy, it is your turn.
Envy is currently fighting with a cat.
Okay, so I want to.
With Starlight.
Yeah, with Starlight.
going to take a step forward.
I don't know, roll first. I'd like to. Starlight got a 7. Of course it did.
Up to the battle music.
It's there. It's just a quiet.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
quiet track or a quiet moment in the track.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to take a step forward and then go up behind Cinder
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm going to be like,
Like, yo, what's up?
no,
So-
I feel like, I'll be like, hey, Cinder, it's not, like, something like it's not your time, you know, you look a little rough around the edges there.
You just need a little rest.
And then I'm going to heal you for
put
12.
to sleep.
Whoop, whoop.
Nice.
It would actually be really funny if Twilight clerics healed people by putting them to sleep. 12 hit points, you said?
Yeah.
Yay!
Damn.
That's really good.
Their
Yeah.
heal spells are lullabies.
Lullaby.
Yeah, you've seen a lot of healing magic, and most of it's kind of light and glowy, but this is actually almost like a stream of like starlight. Yeah.
I like it.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
She gives you one of those stoic firm nods that stoic firm people do.
Ooh, do you not up or down? No.
That kind of half stuff.
This stone creature is going to unleash 3 attacks against you against Cinder.
Okay.
So 21, 17, and 14.
2 hit.
Okay. So 9 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
You would have been down.
Yeah, you
exactly down.
And it is going to stay exactly there and do nothing else.
Does it try to run away?
It begins to screech and holler in its gravelly language. Kill, 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 kill.
Don't know what you're saying, but shut up.
But again, it doesn't seem to be addressing you. Oh, Valeth, it's your turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
I am gonna attack. What's up on touch?
Advantage.
Advantage. Okay, that is a 16 to hit.
That hits.
Nice. Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Don't forget to do your stink attack too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her stink attack.
Her stink attack.
That's 11 points of piercing, slashing.
Okay.
And then
Yep.
with,
Most of it glances off, but it does chip away.
I'm trying to find like cracks that Cinder's already.
I just discovered you can buy live Luna moths.
Oh dear.
I love Luna moths. They're so
And
pretty.
then dagger with my second.
Nice.
Did they die in like 72 hours?
That definitely hits. It's a 16 plus. And that's a d4. For 4.
Nice. Alright. Yeah, it is very much up, but it is looking very, very rough. And yeah, the more damage it gets, the more mad it seems to act. The frenzied its attacks.
I'm just gonna yell at
become.
Cinder and be like, he is an enemy, right?
He is deranged.
That's all I need to know. I can't understand what it's yelling, but it won't shut up.
Does Starlight do anything? Okay.
Nope.
Coben.
I'm just gonna move one square up and then just punch it.
Okay. Roll an attack with proficiency. So it'd be your strength plus your proficiency. Strength or dex, whichever's higher for you.
18.
Yeah, that hits. And so the damage is going to be 1 plus your strength or dex mod, your choice.
1. Okay.
Just one.
Yeah,
Just 1 plus, yeah.
The adults don't have mouths. They live a few days and they just die.
That's this one.
What?
I already rolled.
That's so sad.
Yeah, so your damage is like 1 point of damage plus your strength mod.
Then it's just 4.
4? Okay. That got it pretty close. Pretty close.
Okay.
Wait, what did you do?
Do you have a
You
second?
just punched him? Or like, oh, fuck this.
Yeah, it did almost as much damage as Vela did.
Yeah, good job. Asshole.
Yeah. So yeah, you punch away at it, and its face begins to crack into 2. Is that the end of your turn?
Wait, let's just look at you like,
Motherfucker.
Yeah, because I'm definitely not using action surge on it.
oh,
Okay.
There is also the other enemy in the room.
Oh boy.
That we don't know about.
You saw
That's
it
true,
shoot
I
its
guess.
little beam thing at Vela.
That's true.
Um.
She did curse out loud. Son of a bitch.
Yeah. Let's try that again. Valeth, make a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, get it.
I think your attacks would be more beneficial against the eye thing. Have you been attacking the eye thing?
Well, you could say the same thing about you, Connor.
That's a 4.
Okay.
Yay!
Because it would shoot
that
at
same
equal
energy
attack.
crashes through you, and you find your body completely seized. You're paralyzed.
Fuck.
And she's just like, you son of a...
You stop look, and you see this lurking strangler, as it's been known, fly down and begin to twist itself around her. You can't do anything yet. Cinder, it's your turn. Yeah, your passive perception is pretty high, Cinder. You see tiny little, almost cactus-like needles begin to start to protrude from the eye stalk.
Oh, hell no.
You wonder how to eat. It doesn't have a mouth.
Gross. Move there. Is that a place I can move?
Yes.
So that we're still flanking with Coven.
Yep.
And I'm going to unarmed strike the eye stalk.
Okay.
Because of my stance of water, I have a reach of 15.
Mm-hmm.
So, seeing this, Cinder will kind of pivot, and she'll strike out with her fists.
Mm.
And as she does, the whole time, like, there's been, like, this faint bit of ice, like, around her knuckles.
Mm.
But as she does it, like, shards of ice go striking out. And she will do... Ooh! Ooh. Okay, well, the first one's a 9.
To hit?
Yeah.
Mm.
The second is 19, though.
That does hit.
She will deal it 5 points of... I think it is... Let me just double check. I think it could be either or. Of bludgeoning damage.
The eye stalk?
Yes.
Okay. It had exactly 5.
Nice.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
And she just pins it with these shards.
yeah. So
Or
you see,
legends it, I guess, with the shards.
as it begins to like get closer to Valeth, those spikes begin to come out, and they almost kind of like have a little mind of their own, and they kind of search for her skin, and they begin to start to wrap around her as if to like drink her blood, and those ice shards kind of fly back, and it's kind of stuck and pinned to the back wall, and you see it kind of writhe and shake, and then this mucous membrane slowly closes and almost like leaves a little space over its eye. And you see, with your magical detect magic, you see drops and drips of magic just falling out of the front of the eye and just slowly dissipate. Did you return?
What kind
Cinder?
of magic?
You don't have enough time. You don't have an action to but you do sense just waves of different type.
That's
So.
the end of my turn.
Connor, it's your turn.
It looks like I'm at a rave.
Am I paralyzed still? Oh, I was thinking it was maybe the concentration effect.
Thank you for saying
No, she's
so.
not. Paralyzed. Incapacitated. Yeah.
She does that now. That's right, but
So it doesn't say explicitly that this happens, but I have personally been paralyzed, so you're actually going to drop prone too. And you're going to drop everything that you have.
So it's not like a whole person.
No.
no.
This is, you're actually...
I feel like
physically-
somewhere, something says that you drop what you're holding when you're paralyzed, but
Yeah.
because otherwise it would be petrified,
Prone.
but you don't.
Yeah, you
Whole
basically just
person,
fall down.
You just freeze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold person
You're
kind of makes
paralyzed,
sense
but you're
because you're
frozen.
magically held. Yeah.
Yeah.
But-
yeah, if a toxin paralyzes you,
Okay.
a weird eye beam creature. I know.
Pelt the rock again.
Okay, with a firebolt.
Yep.
Okay.
15.
Notice all of these
That
guys
hits.
have gone to cardboard straws. Makes me very happy.
Ooh.
I can get straws without thinking of turtles. Sad turtles.
That would be a 9
9 divided by 2, we'll say 4.
or
Yep,
5.
that's 4. It had exactly 4.
Nice.
Wow.
Thank
Look at
goodness.
Yeah. So that fire was just enough to heat up the rock and to kind of cause, the gas in the air around it to expand, and it just kind of crumbles.
Bye bye.
And right before it kind of crumbles into just piles of rubble, you hear a ah, and then it just is silent.
We freed it. We saved it.
And that enchantment aura on the creature begins to fade that you detected earlier. And we are out of combat.
We didn't just murder something. We saved.
I think Cinder takes a moment, and I imagine like the monastery has some ritual or something that they do when an elemental like that has become corrupted, or an elemental place like is, for lack of a better word, cleansed. So she probably like takes a moment and like I don't know, does some sort of hand symbol or something for a moment of meditation over it.
I mean, what might that look like?
I imagine like I've always imagined that all of the elements have finger symbols that they do,
Oh yeah.
like when they switch into like the different stances and things.
Mhm.
And so I feel like she would do kind of the symbol for Earth.
Mhm.
And I think she would naturally move into the stance of Earth as she does that,
Okay.
to feel more rooted into it.
Yeah.
And then probably in what's that language that she speaks?
Primordial?
No, well, maybe primordial, I guess. I was gonna say the one that the monastery speaks. The one that's. Oh, I still don't have it on my list.
Oh, Hiyori?
Yeah, Hiyori.
Okay.
Yeah, she would say in Hiyori.
Okay.
Something that nobody else speaks.
No?
I do.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, she says like it sounds like a prayer,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah, it almost sounds like she's speaking in like she's speaking in a foreign language, but it almost sounds like she's doing it in a Dwarven accent. It's strange. You don't understand what she's saying, but yeah. Yeah, make an insight check, Cinder.
An insight tech.
Yeah.
Well, I know she's not speaking in Dwarven because I speak that.
Yeah, she is not. But it is pretty close. It's like Norwegian versus Danish.
22.
Yeah, there's... You've probably fought minor elementals before. There's something that makes you incredibly uneasy about this particular creature as you perform this rite. Like, something is just off about it. You get bad juju from it. Make either history or arcana check. And anybody that's proficient in arcana or history can make one as well.
Natural 20 for a 22 history check.
Nice.
How long have I paralyzed?
You don't know. 22. Wow. Yeah. Your monastery would definitely. You would have learned this at the Way of the Four Harmonies. There are elder elementals that are powerful, and they tend to be as polarized as the upper planes, so they tend to be either good or evil. And some elementals fall under the sway of an entity called Ogremok, who is an evil elemental. And he corrupts and...
Isn't he an evil elf? Or is he an evil earth elemental?
Yeah. And out of game, you guys should know Ogremok well. You guys fought him, and yeah. So
I want to go over to
remember that.
Bailiff.
Most frustrating fucking battle of my life.
yeah. You want to go over what?
Over to Bailiff and look at her and see why she's still paralyzed.
Could never get close to the damn thing.
Okay. Make a medicine check.
22.
Okay.
Do I get the sense that this is like a servant of Ogremok?
Yeah. But
Or corrupted, maybe?
no, probably not corrupted, but it doesn't fit here. Yeah. So yeah, looking over Valith, she's laying there in the exact pose in which she fell. And
Son of a...
yeah, it's like one of those still shots that you would make a meme out of. Yeah. And she's breathing fine. It looks like whatever magic has affected her has just turned her body paralyzed, and it'll probably last. You got a 22? Yeah, you think it'll last under a minute. So
I
you
just
can
love
see
the fact that I realized that like you're falling over, laying there, and Cinder like she saves you, and then she just goes into this ritual thing as you're just laying on there.
like,
Can her limbs be moved?
they can be moved. Yeah.
I pick one of her arms up and drop it on her face.
Yeah. So you pick up her arm, and you can feel and see him do this. You just can't move. And as you go to drop it, it like stiffens and it almost hits your face, but it just stays there. It's really unnerving. And now she looks like this. And you can see her fingers starting to twitch as if she's coming out of it.
Like, oh yeah, it'd be very, very shortly here. The toxin should wear off. Or the
she
magic.
starts with this.
It's
You-
like
Your throat is starting to like collect saliva, and you want to swallow so bad, but you can't. Like
you then lose your voice.
you're just like trying to swallow, and then a few moments later, you get the ability to swallow. You swallow a bit. You start to move your fingers, and a few moments later, you begin to kind of ease, and you kind of like back out, and then you're fine.
You did notice he tried to go for your throat again. Just saying. Tried to stab you with the eye stalk guy.
Yeah, so you guys are in this space. You have those goggle thingies in your hand still. Yeah, what do you guys do?
After figuring out she's gonna be fine, I'll look at the statue.
Okay. Yeah, it's an unfinished statue of a very chiseled, finely made, and think like classical Greco-Roman like Adonis style warrior body, but it's unfinished. So actually, it's the facial features haven't been completely carved. The shape has, but yeah, you can't really tell. But the statue itself, warrior-like, has a staff that is shorter than a quarterstaff, but longer than like a walking stick, and it is very detailed. It is very, very specifically detailed, and I don't have a picture of it because reasons. Not because I didn't want to find one, but for reasons. But I can describe it to you. Hang on. One moment.
You see Bayless's
Ma'am,
Connor grinning at her with brotherly affection.
uh-huh. That's not the right one.
Does Vela punch him with sisterly affection?
Yeah, she does. As soon as she's able to move, she gets up and goes over to Connor.
Ow. Why'd you do that?
It felt like the right thing to do at the time.
Here we go. Actually, I can show this to you. I just have to edit it.
So what you got there, Connor?
Take a moment for ourselves.
I mean, Mr. Montgomery.
Oh my god. See what you started?
By saying your name?
Oh, he's fine.
She says this without really looking at you. She's still she's started to bandage up some of her wounds and stuff, and just kind of.
Well,
Do humans not go by their surnames?
no.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
Don't
they do.
they?
Unless you,
Just proper ones, unlike this Connor guy.
unless you take an oath to forgive your surname or to let it go.
Oh my god. You too.
What?
Shut the fuck up.
I don't know what's going on.
Do you not get out often? Have you not seen the world?
Is that what you have done?
He gets out often enough.
I forgave my original surname and took one that the monastery gave me.
You could do that?
Do you not get out often either?
I get out often enough. I don't know many people who forget or give up their surname. Except for in marriage contracts, because,
This is what the staff looks like,
fancy.
except all in stone.
Obviously.
Obviously.
Was that a requirement of joining the church?
Is it magical?
It's
It's just part
not
of
a
the statue.
requirement. It's just
Okay.
you have the option to do it.
Just checking.
Do you feel like it brought you closer to all that?
No, it didn't
Oh, your religion, all that.
It didn't bring me
Don't know what that is.
closer. It was more of it's kind of like a fresh start, kind of.
I'm gonna insight check that.
That's cool.
Dude, I keep closing
Roll
my
an insight check.
Is Envy bullshitting us? Oh, nice.
So whether you're lying or not, go ahead and roll a deception check.
Let's see how easy you are to read.
Yeah.
Did you say what the goggles on?
I got a 22.
22. Okay.
12.
Okay. So, based on that roll compared, you can say whether you're lying or not.
I'm not lying.
Interesting.
Can I do any sort of check on that staff to see if it's recognizable?
Yeah, history check.
History check. Ooh, a 10.
10.
Oh, yes.
It looks really important. Like, it
Doesn't have any. It doesn't have anything written on it, like anything in Primordial.
It looks important in a way that the amount of detail that was paid attention to it and how specific it is. The statue itself is actually rather generic compared to
I would like
the staff.
to roll that too, since that is the whole reason I'm here.
Yep.
And we've seen the staff around,
Oh shit.
right?
No.
Bullshit.
No, we haven't seen it
I'll try.
around. Like in any other depictions, or okay.
So
What?
that's a natural 25.
Hey. Oh, natural 25? Okay. This actually pertains particularly to your... no, just disregard what I said. You, at first glance, you don't immediately recognize it, but after you give it a thorough look, after you're done doing whatever you were doing before, you do a double take, and you cannot... It's almost unfathomable to you that you're looking at the completed rod of 7 parts. This is the world's most known, most famous artifact. And it is said that when the rod of 7 parts can be completed and found, it's probably the world's most powerful artifact. You know that the rod of 7 parts... let me pull up some of my documentation here. Make sure I don't get anything wrong about this. Let's see here.
It's truly a shame that this rod isn't removable.
It's not really a rod. It's a statue.
Fair. Yeah. So you rolled a natural 20. That's really significant. There is an old rhyme. You grew up with Aliston, and he told you stories often about ancient civilizations and heroes and all that kind of stuff. You've learned a lot from him, but there's one that there's a rhyme that even some children know in some parts of the world, and it pertains to the rod of 7 parts, and it goes like this: that which was sundered on Pesh's plain holds back chaos's reign. Yet the Duke's deed shall remain undone until the 7 again become one.
Now you gotta repeat that several times.
That which was sundered on Pesh's plain, P-E-S-H,
Pesh's plane.
holds back chaos's reign.
Okay.
Yet the Duke's deed shall remain undone
Okay.
until the 7 again become one. So again, with that natural 20, you do recall the general history of the Rod of 7 Parts. The Rod of 7 Parts, as it's known now, was originally called the Rod of Order. It was created by specifically the Wind Dukes of Akka. And it was created to combat the Queen of Chaos herself, an entity so ancient and primordial that nobody knows her name. Like, she's just known as the Queen of Chaos. And where she comes from, nobody knows. That's not really part of the story of the 7 Rods. But they created this Rod of Order, and the Queen of Chaos's consort, Miska the Wolf Spider, was slain with the rod of 7 parts by a great Winduke general. And when Miska the Wolf Spider was killed, the rod split into 7 parts and scattered across the multiverse. But it did manage to kill, or at least stop, Miska, which turned the tides of battle and won the Aka, the war against the Queen of Chaos, and saved the material plane.
Did you say it's scattered across the multiverse?
Yes. So when I say multiverse in this world, I mean like the other planes and all that kind of stuff. So yeah.
So it's gonna take planar travel to find all these pieces.
Maybe. And another thing that you know about the Rod of 7 Parts is that it is never been fully adjoined since its breakage, but the pieces have been successfully strung together with very powerful magic. It takes a very, very specific set of skills, because every time you try to join them together, when 2 parts get close enough together, they teleport and they go away, because Miska's blood has corrupted part of the Rod of Order.
Shit.
So the powers that it's supposedly supposed to have they wildly vary. Most often they're like healing or restorative powers, but you couldn't even begin to say what the Rod of 7 Parts actually does.
I've just solved it. I know how to set together the Rod of 7.
Sovereign glue?
I was gonna say Cinder doesn't, but Finn would figure this out. Is assemble it in a place in an antimatter shell
Yeah.
with sovereign glue,
Oh yeah.
and then take it back out.
Yeah. Maybe.
Isn't sovereign glue magic though?
No,
Is it?
it's an alchemical product.
Oh yeah.
Of course, I guess it wouldn't stop it from teleporting. Oh, and then attach an anti-teleportation ring to it, so it would still function, but it couldn't teleport.
This is why-
Gravity shock, anti-gravity shock, or in dimensional shackles. That's what they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is why I use Magic Device needs to come back, and this is how Rogues did it.
Yep.
I don't know how to do these glyph things, but I have a clever idea.
But I feel like if I take this, and this, and string it together, I know I misuse Magic Device a lot.
UMDs.
Yeah.
Any mage?
Cinder just looks at. Do you know what it is?
Right, like that's. I have no idea.
And I recite that.
All that.
Exposition.
That
Lore.
nursery rhyme.
Okay. Yep.
And yes, this is the Rod of 7 Parts. I had a hunch that this was a good place to look, and it is exactly where we need to be.
Yeah, you've only seen pictures of pieces of it, so it's probably rare that anyone has ever actually physically seen what it would have looked like assembled.
I would love to take this rod with us, but the statues must stay intact.
Well, we can't take the whole statue.
You could certainly make a copy of it and let Alistair know. I'm sure this is exactly what he is searching for.
Yes.
I gesture to your book,
Oh,
because I assume you carry all paper.
I take the time to make a exact drawing of it.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
While he's doing that, I'm just gonna go over here and start taking a short rest.
Yeah.
Yep.
Probably a good idea.
Okay.
Make a dexterity performance check. If you're
Tell me to make a dexterity saving throw, and I was
No.
like, fucking
if you're proficient in cartography or painter's tools, then add your proficiency as well, or any tool that you think might help you.
Check.
And because you have your quill to do some of your work for you, I'll give you advantage because your quill can help you and mentally do and write what you say. So Cinder is taking a short rest. Okay.
I want to take a short rest here.
Okay.
Just gonna bind up my wounds. Big breather. Get my key points back.
Investigate thing. What
Yeah.
are you
So
doing?
during this short, it's actually about.
Chill out, so don't need the rest.
Let's
You
see.
need to continue to move around. Don't go with me.
Did we figure out what that? No, nobody figured out what the goop, the honey goop is.
That's what I want to go look at.
Don't eat it.
Can you taste it?
Someone's gonna have to eat it eventually.
I
have a theory, but
Well, I just want to do, like, while they're doing their short rest, Coben and I are gonna, kind of just
scout.
investigate the rest of this hallway, make sure there's no hidden doors, no other enemies. Ugh, I don't know how to work doors. Verify the sound in the toilet.
Okay.
The water pressure returning.
Make investigation checks. Either one of you with advantage or.
What's your list on
Oh,
this?
actually, sorry. I'm going to propose a new house rule. To aid somebody on a check to give them advantage, you have to be proficient in that skill.
That makes sense.
So, otherwise, you're not really helping.
You're just
I have a
blind
plus
leading the
2,
blind.
but I'm not proficient.
Got a dirty 20.
Are you making a? Are you gonna ever identify those goggles? Okay. Go ahead.
Dirty 20 for what? Oh,
Alright.
for your performance.
Oh, okay.
My investigation is a 14. Wait.
14,
Nope. Sorry, just kidding. That's 16.
16. Yeah, the gurgling. You still hear it faintly, but it seems to have more or less subsided. And as you look down this very ancient, not wood on the map, but it's stone. As you look down this hole, you see fresh water just kind of churning a little bit as it's kind of settling.
Yeah, that's what I kind of thought.
10,000 years of plugged up toilet.
Yeah, and it looks like a lot of sediment has kind of clouded up as if it was dry before, and so you pushing the button activated water, and so it filled the toilets and it started the fountain. So
Indoor plumbing.
Alright, cool.
yeah.
10,000-year-old shit.
Yeah. Well, maybe.
Well, at that point, it's dust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the water's
Actually, it
still
was a
flowing?
fossil, and she
Yep.
just destroyed
Water
it.
is still flowing, crystal clean.
Think what you could have learned
I
about their
want,
diet.
since I have Coben with me, I'm just gonna move myself. But he's
Obviously
with me.
not an archaeologist.
Okay.
I am going to drink some.
Okay.
You're over
Um,
there identifying shit.
Yeah.
Make a. I'm just kidding.
Are you taking it in front of me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you can try and stop me, or you can tell me what you think if you don't think I should. But
Or you
I'm
can
just
join
like, I
her.
want to test it. You want to test it with me?
Certain death.
Do it and then you don't do it.
You're gonna do it, and I don't do it. Well,
Yeah.
one of us shouldn't do it, just in case the other one dies or
Yeah,
gets
so you
sick.
don't do it.
You're stronger
Certain
than I
death.
am, so that you could carry
Yeah,
me
but
back to the
Then I can
healers.
succeed on the con save easier.
Alright, fine.
Yes.
Rock, boulder, shoot, or what is it? Boulder, paper, parchment, shears.
Mhm.
Boulder parchment shears. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So it's a rock, paper, scissors?
Just
Yeah, it's rock, paper, scissors.
Okay. What? You did it twice.
Yeah, you go 1, 2, 3, shoot.
Yeah, you did it twice. You did one. Yeah.
3, shoot. Damn it. It's best 2 out of 3. God damn it.
So I drink it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't.
Imagine the coolest, crispest, like summer hose water without the plastic, like
Oh,
almost ice cold, like perfect water, and it's like, it's very refreshing.
Oh.
It's just clear, cool water.
And now make a con save.
Versus Giardia.
I'm like watching him like.
Salmonella E. coli.
It's not that bad.
All right, I want to drink it.
Same.
I feel refreshed. Woo.
Yeah. Like there's a moment where you can almost swear you taste like a hint of like a citrus, but then it's not really there. Like it's just a refreshing sensation, but it's cool, clean water.
Undetectable poison.
Unobjectable poison.
Undetectable.
Oh, I heard unobjectable poison. I was like, I mean,
I object.
And now we're gonna basically do the same thing at the other one.
Okay. So
Except this time he drank first, so I get to drink first this time.
crunchy.
okay.
Seriously, you're gonna drink from the goop?
You're very
Oh my
bad
god,
at
I
reading
know.
things.
Just trying.
Do this.
Yeah, you can use the arrows
Oh,
to
I
move
forget
one.
that. I forget that. Yeah.
All right. So yeah, you dip your finger.
Yeah.
Okay. So you dip your finger in, and it feels like
Finger balls on.
warm pancake mix, I guess. And you put it in your mouth, and it. You expect some sort of batter taste, but it just tastes like not much. Like pancake batter, but without the floury after. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So it's thick, and it's warm in your mouth,
Weird.
and it's not. It's like the very texture of neutral. There's no real, and then the sensation begins to overtake you, and you feel sated. Like you, and about this time would be like for the short rest would be like a snack break or like a dinner or something.
Uh-huh.
You feel completely sated.
Just as nice as.
That's. I mean, it's not tasty, but it's
Mechanically,
satisfying.
you don't need to eat for 24 hours.
Are you hungry? You want some goo?
I'm not that reckless.
Well, how many doses or servings would you say I can fit in a potion bottle? As I have now already done that.
Oh my god.
I'd say in a standard potion bottle, you could fit 3 servings.
Okay.
So
So I'm
three
gonna mark
three
down
days of food.
3 servings of goop.
You can write down 3 immortal rations. They don't decay. They won't go bad.
It just
I mean,
works.
this alone, you understand that this could feed hundreds, right? Like, I'm yelling at Connor. You told me not to drink this, but this is good.
Yeah. So as you're scooping it up into your
You're like,
potion,
I
stuff,
just cured hunger.
the goop in the fountain is lowering.
Oh, so there's only so much.
I mean, you don't. I mean, obviously it's still here, but you don't know the refresh or But yes. So I mean, you can make an intelligence check to see how much you could get out of
How
it.
long it would last.
Well, yeah, like how many
Well,
doses.
so will it
is
just,
in the
is it,
fountain. You
I
don't know.
want to be able to tell, is it just keep flowing when it has a, what's the word? Specific amount? A finite amount? Or is it like, so it appears to have a finite amount? Basically, is what you're saying.
Oh, there would be no way for you to know that.
What was I rolling?
An intelligence check.
Just straight intelligence.
Yeah, just to see how much you can get out of
11.
this. Alright. Yeah, I mean, eyeballing it, it's like guessing how many jars of gumballs are in the jar. You think you could probably get 20 days of food in this fountain.
That's pretty great.
Yeah. That's 20 people fed for a day.
Yeah, that's not as much as I was thinking it would be worth. But
Yeah, it's not a huge vat.
okay.
You know.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Okay. Well, I would spend the rest of the short rest looking around.
Did you also try the water?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you did. So you're sated, you're quenched. Coben, you notice that any kind of like bloodshot that she would have had around her eyes, any bags around her eyes, she looks like refreshed. Like she not that she got sleep, but she looks healthier. Like she's rejuvenated.
Wow.
Hell yeah.
So out of game, you have all of your nutritional and water needs
Needs
met
met.
for the entire day.
It's probably the first time she's been nutritionally balanced in like 4 years.
Suppose I could.
Yeah, you're feeling really good. You need to make a wisdom saving throw though.
Something we both have to do.
No.
18.
18. You know there's something missing that you want,
Oh no.
but it's you don't have it. And there's no way for you to get it, so you're fine. But you're just feeling really good, and what would make this better?
Okay.
It's not something you haven't experienced before.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Oh, yeah. Got it. Got it. Now I'm tracking.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you feel pretty good though.
I feel good. I
Yeah.
feel good. Yeah. Okay. I want to go look at these again.
I guess that's close.
Okay.
And then just let me know when their short rest is over. I'm literally like gonna fuck around until
You cannot go around corners.
I know, I'm sorry.
Just move the arrows.
Yeah, I'm
So
gonna
much
I'm
easier.
gonna I just
So, what about my identify?
Yeah, so that's been 10 minutes at least. Yeah, so I'm gonna say that your identify spell works in a way that you, when you cast it ritualistically, you actually spend time conversing with your quill in your book, almost like the book in Harry Potter where they write and then it answers back, etc. And it starts to write out within that 10-minute time frame. It starts to write out paragraphs of information about these particular goggles. Identify doesn't give you the history, but it tells you exactly how it functions. They're goggles of night, so they're goggles of night vision. And that's really all you really need to know.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And I put them on.
Your eyes look super big.
Yeah, they don't. You're looking through quartz.
Well,
Because you already have dark vision.
I have 30 feet of dark vision.
It doesn't change it.
No, you have 60 feet of dark vision.
I did?
Yeah.
As a half elf?
Uh-huh.
Oh, alright.
So we do that.
Well, I could use these.
I'm gonna verify that, but
No, he has 60 feet.
yeah, no, I know. I want to see if if you already have it. If it increases the range, I don't think it does, but just verify.
Then humans in my party, though. So those
Oh
humans
yes.
in my party, though.
Okay, so it would actually increase your range.
Oh, it
Oh, he
does?
knows.
Nice.
So yeah. So when you put them on, you're not really used to looking beyond your range of dark vision anyway. But then you kind of look out into that darkness, well beyond your normal vision, and you can see just as well as you saw before.
Wow, I can use these to see further.
You're such a troll.
Bailiff, these are so useful.
She's not there.
Oh, look, you can see that she's not there.
Yeah. Yeah. So well. Oh yeah, and your detect magic is gone now.
So, what do you think these statues used to hold?
I'm next going to identify the goop, the water, and the statues.
Are you taking a short rest? Are you drawing? Like, what's your
He's
time
not taking
frame?
a short rest. He's doing.
Okay,
a bunch of
so
everything.
just bunch of...
Doesn't identify. Oh, identify doesn't consume anything. That's right. Just has a.
If it's as a ritual.
Yeah.
Or even if it's not, yeah.
No, yeah, because it just has the material component.
Can I see anything behind the statues?
Make a perception check.
Ooh, I can aid you. I'm proficient.
I am too.
Yeah, so then you can roll with advantage.
Your cheese dice. They're actually the bone dice. I got them, but
Mm.
from here, this distance, they look like they're made out of wolf cheese.
No.
I only got an 8.
8?
Yep.
No, they just look like they're perfectly carved from like the alcove. Like this was one solid piece of stone, and the statue was carved out of this and made the alcove as well. It's expertly carved. They weren't placed here; they were carved here. So no, that doesn't
Whatever's
indicate
held up
anything
by
beyond-
air, right? So there's not like a bowl or something that would tell us what was here.
No, none of them have any labels or anything, and they're not necessarily holding bowls. The map is not indicative of what you're seeing. Some of
Gotcha.
them have their hands out cupped. Some have one hand out. One has a finger pointed up where the air is kind of coming from. So it's their poses are varied.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're all different individuals. So
Well, we go back to the group.
okay.
Or we could go try and figure out how we're going to get out of here.
Yeah, sure.
Let's do
Because
that.
you broke it.
I did not.
How far up is that shaft?
60 feet.
So I run back real quick and I'm like, we're going to go check out the elevator, see if we can fix it. Bye.
But I think the gas is still there.
It sure is.
So
Okay.
you'll have to stand on it.
At that moment, when you run back and say that, I say, "Hey, Valeth, these are so useful."
Oh, cool. They look real dumb on your face, though.
So can I like
Okay.
cover up my face or anything before I step on it?
Yeah, if you cover up your face and or hold your breath or some similar action, you'll get advantage when you enter the cloud.
Or can I
Your
just
con
hold
save.
my breath and step on it?
Okay, so make me a con save with advantage.
Ooh.
I'm like standing behind him, ready to pull him out if something bad happens.
21.
21? Nice. Yeah, you take no damage and you are not poisoned. And as you step on that pressure plate, it clicks down into the floor and the poison gas begins to dissipate.
My belly.
Yeah, so you see the broken elevator as you left it with the shards and broken whatever that stuff is. I'll just call it glass. And you see looking up, it kind of landed on its bottom, so it's still upright. So that gives you a good 10 feet up from which to climb, so 50 feet. And then you see up a perfectly cylindrical shaft, and then you don't know how it broke or what happened, but there was a metal rod-like mechanism. It wasn't a rope, but it was some sort of rod-like piston thing that moved it up and down, and that had snapped or something while above. So theoretically, this rod is jutting up through this shaft, and you could theoretically use that to climb some of it. So that will at least aid you in some way. But you still will need to figure out how to do that. So, for everybody, else who can't climb.
Sure. I'm not worried about Cinder.
This is why you're so easily to track, because you leave an obvious trail behind everywhere you
Just
go.
run up the wall.
I wasn't trying to be stealthy. I was trying to save people's lives.
Yeah, and this shaft actually is just barely wider than the tube, so it's like 4 feet wide. It's not very wide. It's not a big tube. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So one could do the whole back press, climb up thing. It'd be, you could do that.
Alright, I am going to... How much longer for their short rest? 'Cause
At this point, he's identified. You big guys have been going around. I'd say that the short rest. Then he'll identify the food and water. I'll let you do that in one go.
Before that, I would like to catch up to them and go like, you know why these are so useful? They increase the range of my dark vision. I can see further in the dark. Isn't that cool?
That
I
is
think
cool.
these would allow you to see in the dark.
That would be awesome.
You know what else I could use them for? When I make potions, nothing will splash in my eyes.
That's the dumbest thing ever. I'm gonna tell Tobin you're mean to me.
And when I give you such pretty gifts.
Okay, I'll tell him you're the best. And I put them on.
You see in the dark.
Yeah.
If Coben were to extinguish his torch, then you would still be able to see, which is not allowing you to do that. There we go.
No.
Oh,
We don't.
that's because it's broken. Okay.
Alright, we're gonna work on getting a way out of here. While you guys rest up. Start to feel better.
Yeah, so after you identify the food and the drink, then the short rest will be over.
I also wanted to do the statues.
Oh yeah, you would have to do that after. It would be over an hour at that point.
Okay. Here's a drink.
Okay. Your quill pauses occasionally as it writes. Is being to ask your banter questions with your quill. What kinds of things do you write to your quill in your book to like cast identify? Like, how do you get the information out of your quill?
Like,
Huh. What if it's a game of 20 questions?
Nope. Sure ain't. Nope. I just say, I wonder what the components of this are. I wonder what the effects of this are.
So it's kind of like a thought journal. And after every thought, then the quill would respond by writing back its answer. Kind of, so So by the end of this conversation that you're having with your quill on a page, the answer becomes revealed. You learn that the water and the batter food are magical, but they're magical only because they're magically made. They don't give off any magical aura, so they wouldn't detect. And you learn that they store infinitely, so that you can bottle them and take them wherever. You know that imbibing one kind of healthy scoop of the food is enough to feed you for 24 hours, and taking a nice gulp or a drink of the water will quench you for 24 hours.
Awesome.
You don't know. The identify spell doesn't tell you when the food would refresh, but you do know that it does.
Does it have any side effects?
Not that the identify spell has, not that you've gleaned from the identify spell. But you do know, like, when you gave the goggles to Valeth, she looked, for lack of a better word, dewy. She looked healthy. Not that she was,
You didn't
like...
recognize her.
Yeah.
Did she have a glow about her?
She's not pregnant, no. That's how they made it, guys. Oh, no.
That's gross.
So an ordinary batter.
It's baby matter.
Ew.
Anyway,
Ew.
So that's what those monks were doing all that time.
yeah. So anyway, the long rest is completed. Meanwhile, you and Envy are sitting there. Are you in like quiet contemplation?
Yeah, quiet contemplation, sitting there.
Both of you.
Have Starlight on my lap.
This is the weirdest astral projection staring contest ever.
My eyes are closed.
Yeah, she would be meditating. I think, and so
I think the only light in there would be
Starlight.
just like going through like pulse, like a soft pulsing of color.
yeah, just this gentle kind of moonlight.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think if there was, like, I think I already asked you. I could confirm that you worshipped Sayani, right? Last meeting. That's right. No, because I talked to Starlight.
Is your inventory in D&D Beyond up to date?
No. I don't think so.
Yours?
Mine? Yeah.
Okay.
I have like nothing.
Make a perception check.
Oh. I don't think I have to guess. Did he eat one of my rations?
Make a perception check.
8.
8.
Or do you
Wow.
just want my passive?
Yeah, he rolled. Yeah, you're not actively looking, so yeah, it would.
My
still be
passive's
fine.
15.
Yeah,
But
yeah. You do feel a very subtle shift in your clothing, and your sack kind of moves a little bit, little satchel that you carry, and yeah, you feel a little subtle shift.
I think I'd open it, and I would do that thing that you do with caterpillar, like where you put your hand in front of them to walk on, and then kind of just lift them out.
Oh yeah. Are your eyes still closed?
No, I would open them.
Alright. Yeah, so you see him, and he has part of his face in the opening of the satchel,
Mm-hmm.
and he's kind of worming his way in, trying to open it. And you put your hand down, and he stops and like freezes and slowly looks up at you, and kind of glows like a red,
Mm-hmm.
and then kind of glows purple, and then green, and then green, and then green, and it just kind of stares at you and then crawls up your arm.
I've probably overheard, like, they've been talking rather loudly about this fountain and all the things it does, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Because you would have heard us arguing in rock, paper, scissors. And...
Kind of wondering if it would satiate him.
Just toss them in the batter.
I know a lot about these creatures, because I rolled a natural 20 last time.
Yeah. Yeah.
I imagine Cinder as a child was fascinated with them and really wanted one. That's probably why she knows a lot about them.
Just toss them in.
Toss them in. No, I think I like probably would like then offer him maybe like a little itty bitty droplet.
Okay.
A caterpillar sized droplet.
Yeah.
Lift your finger.
I mean, he is as big as your arm.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So you kind of
Proportional.
pick him up on your arm because he's already crawling up.
Yeah.
And lead him over to the fountain and kind of goop up a little bit. And he, for lack of better term, just kind of puts his face on it, and it just kind of slowly starts to disappear.
I don't feed him to the fountain itself. I feed him
Okay.
from the fountain because I feel like he'd eat all of it and get sick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he eats it. You
Mhm.
see his little mouth kind of moving and kind of sucking in whatever is off of your hand, and surprisingly intelligent enough and gentle enough to not bite your finger off. But yeah. And he kind of looks up at you and continues to glow green.
My theory is completed.
Yeah, he didn't seem any more He didn't seem to like that any more than he likes anything that he puts in
Yeah,
his
he
mouth.
just wants to eat.
Yeah.
Okay, I would take him back into the room to continue my rest, and I would probably honestly just like set him down, and I would just give him one of my rations and go back to meditating.
Okay, because I marked one off.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he just slowly eats it, and eventually he kind of like slows down a bit.
I'll just kind of scritch his little bristle things.
Yep. And he starts to wander off. He kind of starts to wander out. And he is purple. And he's wandering out.
I wonder if we could use the red lamp.
He's purple?
Just get him to glow red and then stick on.
Yeah, where's my my notebook? I need to make sure I have it.
Purple was the color he glowed when Valeth lied to him.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, he's purple.
Okay. And yellow was the color he was when he was played.
I never lied. What?
Yep.
Yeah, and red he was when he was anxious. Or fearful.
So, Connor, you notice this little glowing thing marching its way across the hall. Every once in a while, as it's kind of caterpilling along its head, it kind of looks up and looks at the statues as it passes by. It's very slow. It's his movement is, I believe, 5. Oh no, it's 10. So it's very slow, but he kind of eventually lumbers up to you and starts to crawl up your leg, as if any, and it feels weird. It feels weird. But he eventually kind of gets
Tons
up.
of little feet.
Yeah, kind of gets up onto your side, kind of crawls up onto your shoulder, and then he kind of positions himself on the end of his shoulder and stretches out, and then turns to look at you, and he's just flashing all sorts of colors, mostly purple. He begins to kind of he doesn't have a nose per se, but he begins to kind of sniff your face and kind of look and
I just imagine
inspect
it's
you. And,
mandibles.
yeah.
Just mandibling your face.
I don't know exactly how to
Just
communicate
devours
with you yet,
Bob.
but I imagine you're saying something to me.
Yeah, he's flashing different colors, mostly yellow and purple, but mostly purple. And then you see his head kind of slowly, kind of those plastic kind of snake toys kind of stretch out and look over at Kobin. You see his little arms kind of reaching for him because you're kind of close enough to him, but then realizes he can't reach, and then he begins to crawl down your
Oh,
body.
yes. Thank you for reminding me.
What?
Thank you for reminding me.
What?
I was speaking to the glowworm.
Oh, I don't know what he reminded you of. What?
The glowworm doesn't know what he reminded him of.
Yeah, okay, fine.
glowworm
So that ignores you.
The ring and Coven's backpack.
Oh, yeah. Yep, Tobin, you, through your armor, don't really feel much, but you do feel the sensation of being crawled on. And then this arm, my arm size kind of caterpillar begins to crawl up your leg and eventually up to your chest plate. He kind of does the same thing, kind of looks you in the face, kind of smells very purple.
I'm working on finding the bowl.
Is your inventory up to date on your character sheet?
Mine?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Now I better look at mine.
Is the long rest or the short rest is done?
Yep.
Okay.
Coben,
Mm.
while I have Detect Magic going, I noticed you had something magical in your backpack. Did you happen to find something while we were looking around?
Oh, the backpack from the wolf cave.
Huh?
The backpack from the wolf cave?
Okay.
Yeah.
Starlight begins to
Do you know what it is?
pry open your backpack.
Would you
Think.
like me to identify it?
Sure.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
go to get the ring out, and there's a
He has
starlight is in it.
he has your backpack. He has your backpack open.
I don't have to pay you for this, right?
You see the
Does it
flap
save your
close,
life?
and he's in it.
No ring, no more.
What?
What?
Starlight's in your backpack.
Mm-hmm.
This one is free.
Okay.
Scuttling about.
I'm not gonna do anything to it, so.
I'm gonna dust myself off.
I'm going to identify the ring.
Shall we go find out how to climb this tunnel?
Oh, yeah. I like pop my head back down. Hey, you're good at climbing, right? That's like a thing.
I'm waiting for the
Can I
remainder.
put my hand down?
Oh, I'm like, we have, okay. Yeah, we get to the hallway. You're still in the other
Oh, my bad. Sorry. As soon as
Yeah.
I hear your guys'
Yeah.
voice out in the hallway, that's what happens.
room. Nope, look up.
Yeah, as you're approaching them
Looking
from
in
the hallway,
trajectory.
Coben, you can see the back of his backpack open up,
Mhm.
and lots of his ration crumbs, like the biscuits, kind of fall out, and the front of the caterpillar is just covered in
wow.
like biscuit crumbs, ration pieces.
Pick up the caterpillar and hand it back to Envy.
Yeah, he is.
Caring, right?
He is plump
Yeah.
right now. Like,
I think perhaps you
He
owe
ate 2
Colbert
of your
some
rations.
And I kind of just
None of
plop
my
them
shit.
into your hands.
Hey, how many rations?
2
Oh,
2 days worth of food. He like okay, so he's normally like, yeah, he is like this now.
Yeah.
Like he is big. He is a fat grub.
Okay, it's not any days.
He actually is having trouble like moving around.
Yeah.
And he's covered with crumbs.
Yeah.
chubby
And
little,
he is very yellow.
chubby little grubber.
I just kind of set him into your arms, and I just kind of give him and unconsciously give him a little scritch.
Yeah.
He's cute.
Nice. God, he hasn't done this in a while. He loves food.
Uh-huh.
He seems to eat it without actually needing it. Though I suppose he's preparing.
Could be.
So, this tunnel, it's pretty wide across, right?
No, it's only 4 feet.
Oh, it's only 4
Diameter,
feet?
Yeah.
Tunnel? Okay. So I could I?
Hmm.
Because I don't want to climb it. I want to do some sort of acrobatics check.
Yeah.
Do like one of like the jumpy jump things to try to get enough momentum to at least get 30 feet from the entrance.
Monkey jump.
Like, so basically I only need to do 20 feet. Like, do a monkey jump 20 feet up.
Yeah. Well, you would be hindered by the metal shaft pole thing.
Could I
In the
use
middle.
it almost like pole dancer style?
Yeah.
Like, spin around it?
And walk up the walls.
Yeah, you can make an acrobatics or a dexterity performance.
So, Cinder kind of stares at it for a moment.
Your stripper
After-
music in the background.
After you've said kind of this, she's like giving the grub back and kind of looking. And then, yeah, I guess I'll attempt it.
I need that cantrip. What is it?
Nope!
What'd you get?
Don't get the momentum up.
What'd you
Got a
get?
7.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's not great.
No.
You awkwardly try and then
Yeah, I think I start and then she can't quite get the momentum.
slide down the pole.
I mean, I'll try it again.
Alright, Coven had a torch.
I'll wait till you get your stuff in.
Okay. So, the 7. You begin to kind of climb up, and you realize that the pole was not as strong as you thought, and whatever damage has occurred over time kind of bends it,
Oh.
and now it's resting at kind of an angle through the top of the tube. And you can get to the top of the pole easily. You don't need to climb for that because you have a lot of
How tall is
leverage.
the pole? The pole only like
Goes up 20 feet. Yeah. And then it broke, and then the rest of the pole broke from above.
Okay, because the box was you said was 10 feet up, or was that the pole?
Yeah, so the
box is 10.
Yeah, 10 and then 20, so that's 50 feet from the bottom. So when you reach the top of the pole, you have about 10 more feet to go.
Oh, well, yeah, I only needed to get... Okay, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Because what she does is she basically, like, does that, and the pole kind of breaks or whatever, and so she doesn't get as far up. She looks up for a minute, and then you see she basically just winks out.
Oh.
And I'm going to Misty step to the top.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So she kind of looks for a minute, and then you just see, like, kind of an ethereal... and she disappears.
Yep. And you appear at the top of the shaft, and you can see down.
Perfect.
To your friends.
Hello?
Well, that's handy.
I will take out my rope.
Okay.
And is there anything to affix the rope to?
Make an intelligence check. Or investigation, I should say. Or survival.
Oh, or survival?
Yeah.
Let's do survival, because I'm actually thinking that. 24.
24. Yeah, survival is about tying knots and finding secure things like that. So that makes sense. The chains on the lamps actually look fairly sturdy. You could probably secure it to the ring where the hanging chain is hanging from.
Okay.
That would be one point. Otherwise,
Yeah.
any kind of pipe.
Do I have things? I know you guys do. You found buttons too. I don't think I have buttons. Okay.
The lift has lots of buttons.
Well, she's down there. So I'll tie it to the lamp ring.
Okay.
And then, so as you're calling up, you see like a rope kind of falls past you.
Oh!
Only go up one at a time, otherwise we may break the lantern.
I start climbing.
Yeah, you can make an acrobatics or athletics with advantage because of the rope.
I will do nothing further to aid them because I have no strength.
Before I climb, I do like pop my head back down, and I'm like, so how are you gonna get off the thing with the gas?
Very quickly.
Does that rock move? The big slab? Because
yeah.
I don't actually know if it moved because it was gone before I got down.
Yeah, you can
He moved
theoretically move it back. Yeah.
Okay, well that's.
It
what I'm
might
saying.
take two people, but
I
think he
moved it by himself last
Yeah.
time.
So once you guys come into that side, we can do that.
I think he also would have kind of maybe enough time to run up and jump up the rope.
Yeah,
if you're
you
high
could.
enough.
It depends. Have a try.
I mean, it's probably a good idea to stop the.
I mean, if nothing else, he'll just get poisoned.
Okay,
Probably
she
undead or
climbs the
something
rope.
anyway.
All right, make a check with advantage.
Oh, I never
Check
done.
with
But I
advantage.
used that for the day.
Advantage.
For the day.
You know.
Oh, hot damn! What kind of check is this?
Acrobatics or athletics.
Acrobatics? Great. Great. Just
No,
great.
no, for you, athletic.
It's a DC 12.
Yeah, that's great that you say it like that. I still only got 10.
Okay. So it's not that it's difficult to climb the rope. It's more like the rope is swinging on the chain. And it's a lot of awkward kind of swinging, feet kind of pressing against the wall, trying to stop yourself. You begin to spin about partway up because the freaking chain is spinning. Eventually you get your bearings, but it takes an embarrassing amount of time. She looks kind of like a dog that's been caught on like the end of a lead that gets wrapped around its leg and it just doesn't
doing
know how to
circles,
do
like, I
or
don't-
get out of it.
I've come up and the rope is like wrapped around my leg, and I have to like take a couple seconds to disentangle myself to put
Like
it back.
a cat that's shaking off water.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my,
So yeah, it's pretty embarrassing. Yeah.
oh my god. I wish I had some kind of recording device. I make a
In the
spell.
tunnel, you
that
can't
does
see
that.
it.
So who's next up?
Me.
Okay. You can make an same check, athletics or acrobatics with advantage,
Definitely athletic.
or if you-
acrobatics.
or if you can think of some other creative means of getting up.
with the history check.
Yes.
You know, tunnels were invented that.
Yeah. I'll rise with my intellect.
How hot are you doing?
Cool. Yeah.
17.
Cool. Yeah, with a surprising amount of grace and form, learning from her mistakes, you learn not to just climb the rope straight up, maybe. And so you kind of do like a Princess Bride, kind of walk up the wall, and then kick off at the last to get yourself out of the tunnel. So who's next? Okay. Same to you then. Okay. Either one with advantage.
You look ridiculous.
And you have Starlight, who is no longer on the map because I've put him back. Starlight will just begin climbing
Okay, I got an
because he has a
18.
climb speed. 18?
Mhm.
Same situation. And now it's you all alone, Coven. So how are you going to handle this? You know, as soon as you step off, the room almost immediately fills with gas. So you've pushed, if I recall, the stone slab down to the south. So it's actually, if you were to just had scooted it over. And so you would have to kind of, theoretically, step down here and push back. So you'd have to get off the step to push the stone slab back, or make a run and jump.
Damn, I can't pull it.
You can. It would just be harder. I wouldn't give you disadvantage, but it would be a higher DC.
I'll try and pull it, and if that doesn't work, then I'll just run.
Okay.
I holler down the tunnel. Do you want me to help you?
Make an athletics check.
An athletics check.
Yep.
Yeah, boy. 10.
Huh?
10.
Yeah, so you grip, this slab is only 2 feet wide, so you grip with either hand, you kind of get your bearings, you begin to flex, and you begin to pull, and it moves like an inch, and you realize that you just don't have the grip to pull.
Fine, I'll just fucking run and do it then.
Alright, so this is going to take an athletics check, and then another one. We'll just say 1. But you'll have to do it very quickly, so the DC is a little bit higher for you.
Okay.
Because you have to climb up this thing,
Ooh.
and climb up the...
22.
22?
Nice.
Yeah.
Jesus.
19 plus 2.
Alright, so make a con save. Because as soon as you step off that, you hear and the whole room
13.
begins to fill. 13? Okay. Alright, so you take 13 points of poison damage.
Ooh.
It's 2d10 and you're poisoned.
13.
Yeah.
Nice.
But you do see him. You see him actually before you hear the gas. You see him like barreling up this rope. The lantern is like swinging almost violently as he is like booking it, and his face, you can see his pupils are dilated and veins are pumping out of his face, and his face is red and kind of like he's inhaled caustic substance. But he gets up, and that poison, that gas doesn't make it up the shaft. It doesn't travel far enough, so it's more dense. So he finally gets up, but you slump down, and you're very like winded from that, and yeah. So
Nice.
Luck's gotta run out sometime.
You're an idiot.
I untie my rope and I crouch back up. Put it away. I can do nothing for you.
Alright, what now, guys?
Well, we still have yet to find the red lantern.
How long does the poison last?
You're not sure.
What does it do?
Gives you
Poison.
disadvantage.
Yeah, it gives you disadvantage on attack rolls, I believe. Poison has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
But we do have 2 more lanterns that could possibly open up other avenues.
Yeah, so a refresh one. This one has the. Let me see here, my cursor.
It's the yellow, green, and
And you
Yeah,
had
yeah.
yellow,
super
blue,
cool.
and this one actually. I'm sorry. Yeah, and this one over here also has glyphs around it, but it has the crushed bones.
right.
Yeah, so there's actually
I
this
give you
one,
my flask.
this one,
And that one
this
has the hole.
Which has
But that
clear
one, the
water
green
now.
is the other one that
Am I
has
going
the
water skin?
movable parts.
So movable parts, movable parts, movable parts.
I thought
You're-
the purple didn't have movable parts; it just had the hole.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
up.
Yes, you're
Up,
right.
up,
Yes,
up. Just wanna make
that,
sure.
that goes up to the shaft. Yeah, you're
But the
totally,
black
you're
one,
totally right.
the indigo one, has the movable parts, but it also has the bones everywhere.
This one though, the
Indigo,
why is the lantern not on?
because it's the indigo one. It's the one you had to add, isn't it?
Why? There, because you guys hung it back up, right?
Yeah, we hung it back up and lit.
Yeah, yeah, that should be lit. Yeah. So yeah,
I
that
think it just got turned off.
yeah, I accidentally turned it off. That's the one that was missing the indigo one, and that's the one that has the crushed bones around. it.
Yes, but it also has a movable part.
Yes.
Okay. So
That's the purple one.
The indigo one.
The indigo one.
it looks purple, but yeah, it's
And they are kind of they should probably be backwards, but whatever. Yeah. This is the indigo one.
but the green one that could lead to another.
Well, these two
Area?
just look very similar,
Yeah,
Oh sure, yeah.
and so I
on my
wasn't sure
screen-
which one had the bones. This one has the bones.
yeah. The
This one
Or this is the one we
the
put
plum
back.
one has the bones.
This one has the bones right here.
The one that looks evil.
Sure. Sure.
All right.
I look to you and Coping because you guys moved it last time.
Oh yeah. Because I
Oh.
refilled. I'd like to have, if this is all right, filled my water skin with water from the fountain down
Mhm.
below.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it just is a more. I don't know. I don't really. Bailiff has no idea what the magical properties are.
Uh-huh.
Just that she liked the taste of it better than what she had.
Mhm.
And so she's gonna give some to see if it'll help him because he's coughing and he looks like shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You take a drink of the water.
Is it like soothing?
It is soothing. It doesn't get rid of the poison, but it does help the burning in your throat from the caustic gas. Yeah. But yeah, you actually feel like weak, like you can barely stand up, like you're having trouble, like you feel sick.
If I ain't twisting and coughing anytime soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we should take another rest.
I mean, I don't know if Indy has anything that can heal you.
Oh yeah, that's true. I might.
That would be up to Envy.
I could beat the shit out of you, but that's about it.
Yeah.
I don't say.
Finish me off.
I mean, I
Envy's.
may
still
need
said
to
this
invest in a
is
medicine
medicine.
kit for future reference.
I mean, I guess I
Envy
could
has
try doing
I know how
a
to
medicine
make
check on
things
him.
to fucking kill you, not.
Yeah, do you have a
heal you.
healer's kit or an herbalism kit?
Nope.
No. I mean, you can make the medicine check to see maybe how long or what type of ailments.
Try it.
Yeah, you can try it.
21.
21? Yeah. You know that this kind of poison, this kind of gas, this caustic gas, typically just takes time. And so you think it's probably going to be about an hour before it wears off.
You don't.
As far as like any heals or salves you can think of, you don't have any access to them, but there are things that you, if you had access to.
I guess I'd turn to Envy. Has Saline given you any ability to remove poison? Otherwise, I believe we'll be waiting an hour before we can move this coffin.
I could probably do it.
Insight.
You're proficient with a poisoner's kit. You often make antitoxins. You
No.
might be able,
Not right now.
Yeah, you might be able to make an
if you
antidote.
have a poisoner's kit, you might have some supplies to make an antitoxin. Or if anybody has an antidote or
I'm proficient
antitoxin in
with
their inventory.
alchemy.
I don't have an
Mm,
antitoxin,
alchemist
but
kit.
Do you have an alchemist kit in your inventory?
Yes.
Maybe you can make an
So-
antitoxin.
How long would that take? An hour?
yeah, I have thieves' tools and a poison.
Yeah, actually, about an hour. Yeah.
Although, if he does do that, then we could probably have some for next.
Yeah, that'd be good to have some.
If we run into it again.
Yeah, for future reference.
I can help try to help you with it.
It'll take me still an hour, won't it?
Yeah, about.
So I mean, it's an hour no matter what.
Yeah.
Will the time
Trying
cut
to
down
make the-
if we contract it together?
Yeah, if you're proficient in relevant skills to help. So I mean, a medicine check if you're proficient in it would help, but
I'm not.
or I mean, be creative. I don't know. Like, come up with
you-
something.
Proficient in medicine.
I'm just proficient
I
with
am, yeah.
poison. Yeah.
You could help me make something.
Perhaps if you, while you're working on that, you and I could attempt to move the.
Yeah, we got this.
So, while you guys are doing the potions, so I'll set a very clear precedent. DC 10 for 3 hours work, DC 15 for 1 hour's work, and DC 20. Oh no, I'm sorry. A DC 20 would be 1 hour, 15 2 hour, 10 3 hour. That's what I meant to say. So, the DC, and if you don't get a 10 at least, then you have to spend.
Did you not take a short rest?
Mm-mm.
Even though you're really low in hit points?
No, it just got low.
He just got low. He just took 13 points of damage and poison.
Sorry, I didn't hear the damage part. I only heard
Yeah.
Yeah, it's rough.
I was like, no.
It's like it's a save or nothing.
Okay.
So,
So sorry, who's rolling first?
um,
We're trying to move the sarcophagus. They're trying to make a potion.
okay, and okay. You two go ahead and make strength checks. One with advantage or both.
Do you want
How
to
strong are you?
Not.
I'm not either.
They are not strong.
Do you have a negative?
Wait, he's doing it.
Is it athletics or straight strength?
You could use athletics if you want.
Yeah, I have a negative.
Is it more than 1?
No.
Then you should roll with advantage. Because I have a negative 2.
Hot damn. I thought I was weak as fuck.
I'm good.
I am a frail little elf.
Alright.
I'm not frail, but I'm not strong.
-1. Hey, that's not bad. That's an 18.
Damn, see?
Nice. So at first,
I imagine actually, like, we do it in a smarter way.
yeah,
Like, getting out a rope or something and use, like, a pulley system.
Mm-hmm.
To, like, you grab, like, wrap it around and you grab one and I grab another to use the torque to turn it.
yeah. Yeah, it begins to move. It only moves clockwise.
Just
so
try to move it
as
to the
you,
green.
yeah, and as you begin to turn, you see the days kind of move slowly, and it stops and it clicks, and you hear a shaking, and you feel a shaking, and an elevator rises, very shakily as it rises, and then the glass that opens smoothly on the other one kind of, and only one side opens, and then slowly the other side opens. So there is an
Well,
elevator
that's
there.
not promising.
Here we are trying to come with the antidote and they're just being loud as the janky elevator comes up and
So
Oh.
you two,
Oops, sorry.
you are
medicine.
you're
Are you
helping
moving
him.
yourself closer?
I could.
Yeah.
Okay,
What is your?
because a medicine check wouldn't let you make an antitoxin.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm helping them.
Okay, so roll an intelligence with your proficiency with advantage. Because you're proficient in alchemy. What'd you get?
Be at this a while. We could just go down and take a look.
Do you see what?
Depends.
What? Well, no, I'm right.
I rolled a 2 and a 4.
Ooh,
Plus.
plus.
Plus. Plus 5.
So we got a 9?
Yep.
So this will take you at least 4 hours to make.
I think I realized that I'm screwing up, so I'm just gonna stop.
Well, it's not about you screwing up. So it's more about the fact that you're trying to use what you have on hand and in a makeshift way. So it just ends up being more complicated for you to do it here
Yeah.
and with what you have. You know that you can do it.
Yeah.
It'll just take you a few hours. And technically it'll also take about 20 gold piece of material if you want to complete it. Which you can mark off, but you're not actually pulling out gold. It's just abstract of the materials that you would have.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
would you like to finish it?
No, I would like to start over.
Okay, so that's going to be 20 gold missing.
Yeah.
So you've wasted 20 gold.
Yeah.
Okay, so now mark off another 20 for the second attempt. It's not looking good, Envy. He's yeah.
While he's rolling that, so we decide we're just gonna go down while they're doing that.
Oh, okay.
But I wanted to see, so that's so rickety. With the clearing from the other one, is there a way I could ride down on top of it? Just in case it breaks. So I'm not inside the elevator.
With
And
rope.
still have clearance.
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
I'll give you a boost. Up to the top of the elevator.
And then that way I will ride down on it.
And you take rope. And you should attach the rope to the
Just
light
in case.
ahead of time. And you hold on to the rope as you go.
Mm-hmm.
This one's
Brilliant, guys. Brilliant.
worse than the other.
So he's like out of it all sick. And you
Yep.
guys are like,
Are over there
"Oh,
concocting
trying
this
to,
whole
like,
thing
it's
and we're
okay."
like,
Nah.
it's fine, we got it.
All right, second attempt. Well,
18.
18. Okay, so that's 2 hours.
I
So
decided to use my gold dice this time.
Yeah.
Because gold has more to do with alchemy.
Yay! That's oddly logical.
Poison only lasts for an hour though.
True, but then you'll have an antitoxin.
Yeah.
Or an
But what if the poison kills me in the next hour?
Yeah, well, if it does, I have dental repairs.
Cinder has already determined that it will not kill you.
Yes.
So, okay.
I don't think I
so-
told him that, but
I don't think.
I think I forgot to
I
tell
don't
him
think he's
anything.
concerned. He's not concerned anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Basically forgot to
I
tell
have
you
faith that
anything
Connor's
for a
gonna
minute.
fix you, so.
Connor, you know with what you have available and the amount of just what you have available, you know that this is a
Thanks,
process
Cindy.
that if you want to do it right, it will take you 2 hours. So, Coben and Envy are aware that's going to take 2 hours. Those two are not the hours. So, you've tied the rope to the lantern. Okay.
And I'm gonna climb on. She's gonna boost me up. I'm gonna climb on top of the box.
Yep.
And I will ride it down that way, just in case it gives out partway down the venture.
Sure.
Only me.
Mm-hmm.
We're not overloading it.
Yep.
But I don't trust it.
Yep, sure. Okay. So you get inside, and you're on the rope.
No.
No.
I'm gonna go down. Nobody's gonna be in. Like I'm gonna fake it to make it go down,
Oh.
and then nobody's gonna go inside
Oh, I see.
in case it breaks and shatters.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
And also so we don't get stuck inside because the door's janky.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, you kind of fake step in, and this where the other elevator was more or less comfortable. It had a very smooth. This one kind of tilts a little bit as you kind of step on it to kind of fake it, and then the door kind of closes, and then the other one that was stuck really kind of finally closes.
And that's when we push her up.
Yeah. While it's doing that, I'm gonna.
And instead of going down, just straight down, it kind of rocks down, and then it eventually goes down. There's something incredibly wrong. Yeah. And it leads down 60 feet.
How long
this
is your rope?
50 feet.
is 50 feet. Yeah.
Yeah. So about I let it dangle and
Yeah.
then I'll just hold on to the pole the rest of
Yeah.
the
So I mean, the shaft itself goes down. Yeah. So you'd have actually a 20-foot drop because the lantern, you know, is
Right.
So 10, 20, and then 60.
Yeah, because I'm basically on top of it though, so I won't be dropping.
Yeah.
But yeah, if somebody climbing down the rope would.
Yeah. So again, descent. Where last time it took about a round to make it down, this one will take about 2. It's a little slower.
I tell you to not knowing how long it is.
You have to be yelling
Like to
as it's going down. You
yeah,
have to be
to-
yelling over the noise.
no before as we're coming up with a plan. For
Okay.
it,
Okay.
Like I tell her like, let me know that you're good with like a tug. Like 2 tugs is you're good, 3 tugs is you're bad, and I'll pull you back up as much as I can.
Well, you know, with your goggles, you can actually look down and see her now because it's 60 feet down. Yeah.
So I do. I watch you go down. But the doors closed, didn't they? Or did they
Yeah,
stay
but I didn't
open?
go inside. I'm on top.
I know, but there's no doors at the top. It's now just an open hole.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I see what you mean.
And it remains open
Oh.
until it comes back up.
okay.
So yeah, you're looking down at her. Oh yeah, and you've taken a short rest. So how much? What's your? HP?
I'm at 27.
That would be useful.
So you'll just look down. You don't need me.
Oh my god, I'm just gonna watch.
All right, so you are looking down there.
And just for housekeeping, I haven't changed out of my stance of the earth, so
Okay.
I'm just in stance of the earth right now.
So you land on top of this machine as it kind of finally comes to a rest, and it kind of tilts as if it hasn't quite got down all the way. Like it kind of tilts a little bit with your weight, and then you land on the floor of this chamber, and you notice that the doors open, but they don't open all the way when they're down here. Where they didn't really quite before, but now it's only open like a foot.
Right.
Like they're not working, obviously. You see dozens of bas-relief figures, similar to the ones on the sarcophagus, obviously. You see them cover this room, and they stare at you disapprovingly. Many sport crossed arms and stern expressions. A few of the bas-reliefs' heads are missing, like huge chunks torn out of them and stuff like that. Some have a very weird, melted appearance, and the walls are covered in black marks. A large glyph that looks like a stylized arrow points down a short corridor to the north that leads to a 4-way intersection. It is damp, and by damp I mean like Florida hot, humid, like you actually see moisture gathering on you. It's so damp down here. And it stinks. It stinks like refuse and some like a moldy, semi-rotten under the kitchen sink.
Okay.
Bad smell. Like chemical too.
I'm not gonna get off the top of the elevator yet.
Okay.
I'm just gonna kind of. And does this glyph? Is it a rune that's carved in, or does it actually look like a magical glyph?
It looks like it's carved and filled with various gold and other gem-like materials. It looks more decorative at glance from where you're at.
Right.
It's a stylized arrow, and you've seen that arrow, a very similar pattern at least, to the one on the necklace that the statue was wearing.
Okay.
It's very similar. Yeah.
Ooh.
Ignore the simplicity of the map.
And so this chamber has the melting and the black scorch marks. Can I make out, does the hallway, that little hallway in front of me, where, like, right in front of the arrow, does that also have marks on the walls?
Yeah, so the scorches are all around here. You see them all along. You see it continuing to your vision.
Okay.
So it's kind of
So,
all
like,
around.
all down this.
Yeah, it's not all black, but you see scorch marks and all over the walls.
I have a feeling
Roll me a perception check.
that I do not like this. Was the plan that you were gonna climb down after me, or were you gonna wait
when
in
the elevator comes back.
Okay.
Because I was gonna follow the same.
Right. You said perception? Insight?
Perception.
That would be a 19.
So after the noise of the machine has settled and you've taken a look around, the noise that reaches your ears is unmistakable. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of insects coming from somewhere. And you realize that probably the reason why this mechanism has not been sitting correctly is that swarms of centipedes begin to pour out from the bottom, out of cracks from the bottom, and they begin to crawl their way up the elevator shaft toward you.
Oh,
But-
hell no.
So you hear this mass of just
Insect
fuckery,
legs.
but also from ahead of you too, and the hallway over here. You see little bursts of light as larger insects are coming.
Okay. Cool. I want to try to go back up the shaft.
Okay.
Look around.
Roll me an athletics check or acrobatics with advantage.
Is there a button to call the elevator?
No, but there is a button down here similar to the other room that you can push to call it down.
Yeah, she's going to grab like that pole and do like a running swing to try to give herself a momentum.
Yeah.
To get up to that rope.
Mhm.
To then try to bounce off. So 18 acrobatics.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
To try to get the fuck back up that rope.
Okay. Yeah, and it takes you just a few seconds to climb, and as you climb, you realize that there's only a few feet from the top of the elevator shaft to the actual shaft, because when it comes down, and you see these giant centipedes. These swarms begin to crawl up, and they have plenty of room to reach up, and they're beginning to crawl up the shaft.
Yeah.
So, what do you do? They're gonna reach you in the next two rounds.
Do I see them?
Oh yeah.
Do I make enough
Now-
up?
now
I
you
start
do.
pulling her up on the rope.
Oh, she's already up.
Okay, that's what.
Oh,
Yeah.
she's out of the tube?
Yeah, but they're crawling up the shaft.
Okay, so let's go push the sarcophagus.
Okay.
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 Advantage.
So 1 round to reach the sarcophagus. And that'll give you 1 round to succeed on pushing it
Before any get out.
before any get out.
No pressure.
No pressure.
Fuck yeah, that's an 18.
Yay! Yeah, same kind of deal. We just,
We're like,
yeah, I crawled down. You didn't hear
I'm
anything,
like watching you.
but then you suddenly hear the as I'm like zooming back up,
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
and
oh.
then jump out. Close it.
Yeah, and at this point, you guys, even from where you're at, you hear very distant.
Here we are trying to, make our
You're like,
antidote. Just running back and forth. And
Yeah.
Nothing to see here.
So you
Oh, fuck.
twist the sarcophagus, and it does not click. It continues to push. Would you want to continue to push it?
Does it shut when it's there? Does it shut the thing over there?
You do hear that beginning rumble,
Okay.
and in that loud, deep knocking noise. You don't see if it's coming up yet, but you do hear the mechanisms working.
So it is closing.
You think.
Okay.
The
I would like
access
to just leave it
to-
here
Yeah.
because I don't want to hit the death one yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
The death is scary.
But I'm gonna move back and I'm just gonna prepare.
Okay.
I'm gonna shift into my stance of fire,
Okay.
and I'm just gonna get up and just kind of wait here.
To make sure nothing gets out.
Yeah, to see if like some insects are gonna come climb because I know they were ahead of the elevator,
Yep.
so we might have a few.
Yep. Alright, so at this point, why don't we all roll initiative just to keep things clear?
Oh, and I guess I would like look over at them. There's a bit of an insect problem.
Yeah.
That's one way of putting it.
Wait, then why aren't we clearing it out?
They're coming to us.
Oh boy. So you have one round before they hopefully. So from your vantage point, actually, you can see, or at least sense, the elevator shaft is coming up, but it's slow.
Right.
So some of them are gonna get in.
Okay. Kind of figured.
Everybody roll initiative. So Cinder, what'd you get?
I got a 7.
Cool.
Yeah. That plus 4 initiative working out for me
Yep.
every time.
Connor, what did you roll?
14.
Envy.
This is why it took him 2 hours to make that potion.
It is a dirty 20.
This is why the first attempt failed. Because you were interrupted by a giant insect plague.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Narratively, yeah. Coben.
Eat.
Valeth.
16.
Did not roll for me, which is rude. Oh, okay. Well, that's fortuitous for you guys. Alright. So, let's see. Okay. So the elevator is making its way up. And about a round has passed since it's been making its way up. So it's about halfway up. You hear this commotion, Envy, and you're helping Connor. And Cinder has told you what she's told you, that they're coming for you. Do you do anything?
Yep.
If you do anything, then you will hinder the process of making the anti-venom. For every action that you take that is not doing it, it will set you back another 10 minutes.
I'll continue doing it
Okay.
until I see Cinder struggling or something.
Okay.
I'm gonna focus on continuing.
Okay.
Until one of you goes down.
Valeth.
It's fine. I'm fine.
Cinder looks
I'm
completely
gonna-
calm.
Let's see. Well, we've moved that. Dash. Do I see any bugs coming up the tube?
As you look down, it looks like the elevator shaft is pretty. It's a little faster than the centipedes, and you see a lot of them have been crushed or have fallen, and it looks like a small swarm might make it up. But other than that, from what you heard below, you've mitigated most of it.
I
But
just
yes,
wanna-
there is a swarm that's
I'm just
coming.
gonna fire my crossbow into the swarm.
Okay.
And I miss.
What do you get?
A 2 plus whatever.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, you hit the top of the elevator shaft, and your bolt just kind of lays on top, unceremoniously.
One of the centipedes starts eating it.
Don't break the elevator.
Connor, if you do anything else other than continue alchemying, potioning, then you will add 10 minutes to your total time that it takes.
So loud.
Okay. Coben, you're free to do something. If you'd like.
I'm just gonna sit there dying.
Okay. Cinder, it is your turn.
My turn. Okay, so the hole is actually right beneath the lantern, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're like that gift that says everything hurts and I'm dying.
So I will move another up. So how far below me is the swarm? Like how far down in the?
They are now about, I would say, a little under 10 feet.
Okay, perfect. Then I will punch some of them with my extended fiery reach since I switched into Stance of the Fire.
Okay.
As flames begin to lick up, as like the light from the lantern, and that kind of comes down and like wraps around her fist as she punches down in there.
Hot. Green flame.
Wee, wee.
Flame on.
Rude.
Flameo Hotman.
Flame you, Hotman.
10 on the first strike and 23 on the second strike.
The 23 hits. No. That's pathetic.
So do I think they're going to be up here by the next round?
Yeah, when it's their turn, they'll be on the top. And they go right after you.
Okay, then I'm going to flurry of blows.
Okay.
So 6 points of damage, the one that hit.
Okay.
God damn. Wow. Or not. 11 and 13 were my other 2 strikes.
So 13 hits.
5 more points. So 6 points and 5 points. So 11 points of fire damage. As I hurl many little punches.
You said fire, huh?
Fire!
Okay. They burn and are dead.
Oh, wonderful.
They seem to be especially vulnerable to fire.
Yay!
So as
I
it
did not
kind of
always play.
slams and then it kind of raises a little too high
Mhm.
and then kind of settles back down to a flush state, you just see smashed, burnt corpses of centipedes.
Ooh, and an arrow.
You found where some of that acrid smell was coming from.
Mhm.
In fact, the smell is identical to burning centipede.
Yum.
Now I know what burning centipede smells
Yeah,
like.
but what's doing the burning? I don't necessarily want to know, but I'm curious also at the same time.
I wonder if we're not the first ones. Well, someone has ransacked this place before.
So it would seem.
There were
They
many.
forgot the goggles.
There were many scorch marks down there. In fact, some of the bas reliefs were melted. And I don't know how other larger insects. Many more insects. They also are living inside the elevator.
So, Connor, what exactly are we looking for? When is our job done? Do we need to investigate every aspect of this this area, this thing? Barn?
Yes.
We need to find that red lantern.
Do we?
If we are to unlock.
Well,
the
I'd kind
secret.
of like to climb up there. I don't want to go over to the purple.
Yeah, I'll
You
follow
mean-
her
you
over.
mean the blue?
Yep, that's what I meant.
Okay.
The blue purple.
Okay.
Because this is where the hole is going up, right?
Sure is. 60 feet up. 80 feet up. Yeah, 80 feet up you see, well, you don't. And neither do you, actually. It actually was only Envy. You were told that there was a shaft about 80 feet up. But your
We
dark
just see
vision
a
only
shaft
goes
in the
to...
darkness.
Yeah.
And is there a wind that's going up? Or okay.
Well, it's that or turn the sarcophagus to death.
To
Follow.
death. Set to death mode.
And find out what that represents. But so far, it hasn't been great.
I mean, the yellow one was fine until you broke it.
Yeah, but it didn't have bones laying all over around it.
Yeah,
That's-
they lived until you broke it.
Well,
I wasn't the only one there.
And there's
You
no-
and you alone.
mechanism or anything in this one. Near the, like, below, we already looked for a mechanism below the lantern, like the glyphs here are not activated or anything like that. Now that the sarcophagus is turned to, it doesn't change.
That's exactly the same.
Did we ever try
And,
to open the sarcophagus?
and you also felt that when you were turning it, it didn't click like the other ones. Like you could have kept pushing it.
Have we tried opening the sarcophagus?
No.
Let's go do that.
Something tells me that we should open the sarcophagus
Last.
after we find the red lantern.
That is what I thought as well, but what if the red lantern's in the sarcophagus?
That
I
would
mean,
be
that's a great
very
point.
Cool joke.
Alright, how you feeling, Connor? And going. Sorry. Yeah.
It's been an hour now, right?
Disease. Gaze. Throw me off.
We
No.
can say it's been about 45 minutes. So, but
Envy's obviously taking.
but based on
care
his
of
roll, it's
things.
going to take him 2 hours because he didn't roll.
Okay.
twice.
Right, but his poison will wear off in an hour, so
Yes.
so it's almost wore off.
And in that time, in that hour, you could be taking a short rest. So afterwards, you can spend hit dice too. After that time has passed.
At least you don't feel super bad because you have some of that refreshing,
Yeah.
delicious water.
So delicious.
So good. Anyway, so you're feeling better? Good enough to climb 80 feet?
Is this shaft also just 4 feet wide, like the other shafts?
No, this isn't necessarily a shaft. The ceiling extends well beyond 20 feet, which the other
So it's
ones can.
15 feet wide, like that alcove.
Yeah. It's exactly the same width. It just goes up into darkness for your vision.
And there's no ladders or handholds
No.
because the people that do this can fly.
Yeah, and if, as a matter of fact, the masonry here is like smooth, like it's non-bricked. It's not. Most of the walls, if not all the walls, are actually smooth, carved directly. There are bas reliefs in all these alcoves and stuff, but you know they don't go that high. So
Well, what do y'all think?
Well, we have 3 options. We can try to open the sarcophagus, see what's inside, possibly set off a trap. We could try to climb this tunnel. Or we can fight many insects down below and clear out another section.
Well, I can check for traps.
Or continue turning the sarcophagus and exploring the rest of these rooms.
Only one more has a device.
Yep.
And that's the one with the bones.
I'm good with any of those.
The other
Should
2
just
don't
be
have
quick.
mechanisms.
Those.
Just that one does. Yeah. Though that doesn't mean it doesn't do
Bones.
something.
bones and mechanism. The green one I'm circling and the yellow circle. So all the circles are the ones with mechanisms. They all have glyphs, but these ones obviously clearly have seams that are mechanized that move. But they're all exactly the same glyphs on the floor. This is the one that has all
I say we
bones around it.
explore the
Oops.
the purple room.
You mean activate it, because we don't know that there's actually a room.
I should go up the blue one.
Okay. What do you think, Owen?
Exactly how?
We'll figure it out. You're a smart magic user.
How many insects were there?
There was a
were
lot.
many.
And something with fire, Cinder said, I think?
There were scorch marks as if something
saw a
had been
light
burned
too,
and
right?
melted. Yes, there was something alive that was lit. Can I make a nature, like, do I know of anything that it could have been?
You can make a nature check.
What if it was a fire-breathing centipede?
That's something that Valeth would totally say.
That might be a thing. 7.
7?
I have no knowledge of natural world.
Yeah. If anybody else wants to try a nature check of fiery-like insects.
But I wasn't there though.
No, but I described a bobbing light and skittering legs.
Okay.
And like I described, like it was damp. There's a lot of mold. There's
24.
definitely both giant centipedes and swarms of centipedes. Some other insects.
24 nature.
Natural 20 nature.
Nice.
So what's your total, Brian?
Natural 20 nature.
Okay. So 20 versus 24. Okay. So, yeah. You think, Envy, they could be giant fire beetles
Maybe lava centipedes.
or bombardier beetles, which are a little different. But you, Connor, having the 24,
Elemental centipedes.
Mine was natural though.
if it wasn't as high as this, you would know that if it was a bombardier beetle, there would be smear marks, like because they protrude a fiery like acid, and you didn't see any melting or smears. You
I
just
saw melted bas reliefs, you said. Said some of the faces were melted.
I did say that. Yes. Okay. Well, that changes that then. Just kidding.
Or maybe I didn't see that.
Maybe it looked like. No, you did see that. No, you did. Okay. Hold on. I have to. You're sure they're bombardiers? Yeah. They're bombardier beetles, which are like giant fire beetles, but they protrude from their ass, and it's a liquid that catches flame when it hits oxygen. And they are about the size of dogs.
Okay. So
you
what
can
they
ride them.
are is bombardier beetles that shoot flaming diarrhea out of their ass.
Wait.
I've met some men like that.
And it's
Me too.
it puzzles you for a moment. How would something like that survive down here? Like, there's either a way out or something else.
Interesting.
All the faces of the bas reliefs were strangely disappointed.
I would
I'm
imagine
strangely
so, with
disappointed.
flaming diarrhea being squirted all over them.
I imagine they were carved that way.
Alright, so
Probably.
Perhaps
But
as
my
some sort
way
of
is
punishment
funnier.
room.
So Envy thinks we should go up. Connor thinks we should go death. Coben thinks we should go down. What do you think, Cinder?
Oh, yeah, we can go up. I was just asking how many things are down there.
I didn't get a good count, but they were swarms. I didn't
Yeah,
say as many
each
as-
swarm probably
Yeah,
has a good.
She
100,
basically said there's
200.
many.
There's a
Yeah.
lot.
There was both large, giant centipedes. Apparently, these giant bombardier beetle or medium bombardier beetles. There was multiple swarms of centipedes,
Yeah, so
and they're
this,
infested in the elevator. So we'd have to do it by getting around the elevator.
this token of the swarm of centipedes. These centipedes are probably about the size of your finger, so they're a normal size centipede, but there were hundreds of them. So that token was just a swarm.
Did I mention that the bombardier beetles are the size of dogs?
Big dogs, little dogs.
The little centipedes died fairly easily to
Big
fire,
dogs.
but I imagine these bombardiers might be more resistant.
Fire.
But I got this.
True.
That's true.
There are options.
Okay. I think we should go death. Or up.
Okay, cool, death.
I agree with Phaleth. We should at least, I suppose we could at least see what it does.
Worst case scenario is we die.
Here's the picture of that lantern again, too.
That would be worst case scenario.
Just
But
to,
at least we know what to expect.
just to remind you what it looks like, the lanterns.
For a moment.
I think that we should stay with the sarcophagus. And if something bad happens, immediately we can spin it again.
Okay.
If a trap were to go off, wouldn't that be where it would target?
The sarcophagus? No, but the bones are all under the light.
Okay.
That's what we're gonna do.
So you're gonna spin it to the indigo?
Yep.
Unless we have a good. Or even not to.
I'm gonna spend hit die now that I'm not dying.
Okay.
Yay, you're better.
Yep, you're no longer poisoned, and you have taken a short rest, and yep.
I can figure out how hit die work.
You have 3 of them to spend, and during a period between long rests, and you can spend however many you need. Every time you roll them, they're your d10s, because your hit die is a d10. So that's a d4. That's a d.
These ones then. The squares.
Nope.
No.
That's a d6. The d10s are the. How do you describe
Ten-sided
these?
one.
Well,
The one
It
that
looks
has
like
10
this. It looks like
sides?
top.
They look like this.
The diamond shaped ones?
yeah. And each time you roll that, you would roll it and then add your con modifier, and that's how much HP you get back per dice that you spend. Per die that you spend.
What the hell's I'm tripping.
Because you always do this. You said you can check for traps.
Mm-hmm.
And I just add my con
Perhaps you
mod
should
on.
check the indigo lantern.
Or the
Shouldn't
lantern
take such a
itself.
big hit.
If that's where the bones are.
Okay.
Roll an investigation check.
I think you checked the sarcophagus last time.
Yeah, I don't think I've. Yeah.
Because I think you checked it before we started fiddling with it.
I spent 2 and healed 18.
Investigation.
So now I'm full.
Excellent.
Oh, it has a name. Did he ever tell us its name?
13.
What?
13.
What?
The Malunamoth. Did he ever tell us its name?
Yeah,
Starlight?
Starlight.
But that's not what its name says on there. It says
Oh,
Oh.
that's a Elven name.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
it's his name in Elven. Yeah,
which I would know.
if you do. Yep, that's just what it means in Elvish.
Got it.
13. So you can, as you're inspecting the area around the lamp or the sarcophagus.
The lamp. She did the sarcophagus last meeting.
Okay. So you don't see any traps, like anything obvious. It looks identical to the other mechanisms, the other elevators. But one thing does stand out to you, that these bones are splintered. Some are dust, like they've been crushed by something. And there's definitely more dust or pulverized, like shreds and splinters of bone in kind of the frontish area where you might step onto the elevator. But you don't see any kind of like how that would happen.
Okay.
Unless something comes up.
So
with
I
you.
share that information and I say, so I think we need to avoid this specific area.
Or perhaps You need to be careful when the elevator opens. Something that's inside.
Yeah, maybe. But so whatever damage it looks like these bones have taken is bludgeoning or crushing.
Yeah,
It's not piercing or acid or.
not that you can see. You can make a medicine check though.
Is the ceiling open?
The ceiling in the
The purple with the bones.
no. Each of the ceilings goes up to about 20 feet, and then they all end. The only one that doesn't is in the blue light, where it goes up into darkness.
13.
13? No, you just see crushed, broken. So do you guys spin it?
Yeah.
No.
Alright. With all of you here and able to help, I'm not going to make you roll. So you spin it, and eventually it turns and it clicks. Very similarly, you feel a very light rumble in the ground like you did in the yellow shaft as well, and an elevator kind of promptly comes up and kind of sticks and stops, and these glass doors swing open, and immediately from even your position, you all see like bone fragments inside the elevator as well. And as the door opens, like a small couple pieces kind of pour out.
I'm not getting that.
Perhaps this might be another scenario of writing it down on top.
Sure. Yeah.
I'll go.
Okay. I make a wide berth at the front of the elevator.
Yeah. Same.
Okay.
And then
I'm gonna scooch along the wall and come up from behind.
Okay.
And I'll do the same thing. I'll tie the rope to the lantern. And I will prepare myself.
We're dead.
And I will switch into my stance of the air.
Okay.
And this one you don't see anything happen because there.
Yeah.
And I will
So you
climb.
get significantly lighter.
I'm already pretty light, but and I'll climb on top of it.
Okay.
And kind of from the top of it, because am I able to just like do like the whole like elevator thing like inside and then it shuts the doors? Do I have to?
You could try.
I'll try it.
Okay, so you're on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing?
I'm staying behind it.
Okay.
If that doesn't work, I'll use my staff to kind of tap inside of it for real quick to make it think something got in.
Okay. What are you doing, Coben?
Probably just gonna watch them do what they're doing.
Want me to crush to death?
Quietly
I'm
dying.
not gonna go like in the vicinity of the light or anything. I'm just gonna stand outside where you can see.
Quietly dying.
No, he's good now. He's all healed.
I hit the full.
Okay. So you get on top. You kind of try to fake out the elevator. You you just like stick your hand in.
I'll try that, but if it doesn't work, then I'll use my staff to kind of tap the ground of it.
Okay. Yeah, you stick your hand in. Nothing happens.
Okay.
You pull out your quarterstaff. You kind of tap it on the ground a little bit. Nothing happens.
I will.
You remember how you faked it out last time?
Yeah.
Which was
Someone stepped in it.
Stepped in and stepped out real fast.
right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm
Gonna have to
stepping.
get in it.
I'm gonna step around it.
Okay.
And I'm gonna pick up like a bone.
And throw that in it of a foot.
And then I'm gonna throw the bone into the elevator.
Okay.
A big skull.
Okay. So you chuck it in there, and it kind of clanks to the back, and then you hear that hit of the
floor.
glass, and it kind of falls, and then nothing.
Okay. Alright, if I die, just tell Tobin. He's an ass.
Just
I'll
don't step
say
in front of me.
very nice things at your funeral.
And I will walk up and fake it out.
Okay.
And then
And
kind
then
of jump to the
immediately
side.
like try
Yeah.
and jump back.
So describe to me exactly how you fake it out. In exact terms. Because there's nothing gonna happen here.
Oh! Wait, I have an idea.
Okay.
How tall is this elevator? Like 5 feet?
It's about 8 feet.
Why do you hate me?
They have to fit tall ancient people.
Never mind. I was gonna say I could hang from the door and like step down and pull myself back up.
Why have to be so short?
I'm 5'7". I'm just not 8 feet tall.
So I'm gonna take a few minutes and gather up as many bones as I can, and from a distance just keep throwing bones until I run out
Okay.
to see if it's a weight thing.
Okay. Yeah, so conceivably, like how long do you spend doing that?
Until I run out of bones.
So you're gonna put all the bones in there.
Pack them
Okay.
all back in.
Okay. You have a nice pile of bones, and the elevator is like a pile of there's bones in the elevator now.
And it's still not going down.
Maybe a backpack. Petrol.
Like, how convinced are we that this is gonna kill us if we ride it?
Fairly.
Fairly. Oh boy. Here, Brian, can you give me a photo?
Yeah.
Thank
Cinder is just gonna jump down
you. Okay.
to the side of it.
Okay.
I'm gonna step in.
Wait, you're gonna step in? Okay, well then before you do that, I'm gonna stay on top of it.
Okay, you're gonna say.
But
Yeah.
I start to get down as your
I'm like, wait,
confident
that's fine.
decision.
Making a rash choice, and I step inside.
Okay.
The worst that'll happen is we all die.
True story.
So you step in, and at first,
And then jump back out. You do jump back out, right? It can't take two of us down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Because you're on top.
Yes.
So I'm gonna step in, like legit, just like step
fake
in,
it out the way we did
and
before.
then try to jump back,
Okay.
but to the side, away.
How many feet are you putting in? Because you've already done the leg thing, and it didn't
And
work.
that didn't work.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I gotta do two.
So you step in.
Like I step fully in,
Yeah.
and then try to jump back.
Okay. So you step in, and then you step out, and nothing happens.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. You do recall it took the other elevators maybe like 1 or 2 seconds before the thing closed.
Is there?
Step back in.
Okay.
And wait.
And nothing happens for about 2 seconds. And I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. The DC is 20.
If she fails, you better jump off.
Because I'm alert to.
She's ready for it.
You said 20?
Yeah.
That's not gonna do it.
Okay.
That's a 16.
Okay. That's pretty good. You realize your instincts kick in, but not totally in time.
Yeah.
The elevators normally just kind of close smoothly, the glass panels. These begin to snap shut, and that instinct
I was just gonna say, could I try to use my reaction to wedge my quarterstaff in the door?
make a dexterity saving throw.
Because I had it out.
And you begin leaping to try to get out of this. And simultaneously, Cinder, also being very quick, begins to try to stick
12.
12. Not in time.
Okay.
You manage to get about to your knees before the glass slams on your legs.
Oh.
And you realize now what's causing the crushing is the elevator stays stationary, but you see through the gap left open by your legs, the top begin to slam and crush your legs. I'm gonna roll some damage.
Yeah.
Pull your leg back in.
I gotta take the damage and then I can pull my legs out.
You know, I had an inspiration, but I wanted you to suffer with your consequence.
Yeah. Oh, that's fine. I get you.
So you take 21 points of bludgeoning damage,
Oh.
and in order to get out, you need to make a strength athletics check or acrobatics check.
Can I aid her
Okay,
by like prying the?
Yes.
I gave her my
Okay, I
inspiration.
give you advantage.
I
Yeah.
gave her my inspiration too.
I have 1 hit point left, guys.
Oh. Oh. And you know that like it's continuing to slam.
Like it could
Yeah.
kill me.
It's not this fast. It's this fast.
Yeah.
Like it's yeah. So
Okay.
through the pain, you have a split second to try to pull your legs out.
So
you
I have
see-
you're giving me advantage?
Yes.
You're
Yeah,
pulling me out?
you see Cinder.
Well, I'm trying to pry the doors open.
Yeah, you see Cinder with this focused concentration begin to wedge and lever her staff.
And what is this I'm trying to?
This is an acrobatics or
Wait,
athletics.
so what's crushing me? The elevator?
The elevator top. It's a vice.
Yeah, it's so the inside of the shaft,
I rolled two
like
12s.
a coffee press.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I rolled 2 12s. That only gives me a 17.
Okay, that's good enough. So you
You can
pull
hold on
out,
to this 'cause you gave me
and
advantage. Save it for a rainy day.
I should have had you made a con save. So make me a Constitution saving throw to see if your leg is broken.
That's a 6.
Make sure it's broken.
Whoa, that's bad. The DC was 10 because you put the bones and it gave you a little padding, but a 6 is not going to do it.
Wait, yeah, that inspiration?
She just handed it back to him.
I guess actually I'll give it back to you.
Oh, it almost got in the
That's a 12.
Yeah? That'll do it. The DC, like I said, was 10 because you're.
Because you
the-
piled up those bones.
Yeah, and so it gave you a little bit of. Yeah, so you rip your legs out and you pull your quarterstaff out and it slams shut, and you hear the bones and everything in there
Crunch.
crunching, and you see your blood that was left behind just kind of spraying from
Oh,
the
and there's like a
seam
puddle of my blood.
Yeah, I imagine you're just like screaming.
I probably pass out.
Yeah.
Yeah. and you're-
Realistically, I have a hit point left.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
what's your total maximum?
24.
And you
I had a few points of damage from when the elevator broke.
okay, so you technically took over half of your max
Yeah.
in 1 hit point, so I need you to make another Constitution saving throw.
Oh.
I forgot. That's that rule that we use. That never happens.
A Constitution saving throw.
Where if you take over half of your hit point maximum in 1 source of damage, you have to make a con save or immediately fall unconscious and start dying.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
What? What'd you get?
11.
11? No, you're good. You're good.
Jesus.
So
When did we have that rule?
yeah, well, it's never been applicable
Oh,
because by the time you guys take so much damage,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, we're
Yeah,
such low
so the
level
DC
right now.
is 10 or half the damage taken. So, yeah, you're good. You just made it. So you pull your legs out. You're bleeding, obviously. You
Just
would-
for flavor, I pass out.
I think, sure. You think that before you pass out, you were screaming. But you can't remember yourself screaming, and she wasn't screaming. She was this open, silent,
Yeah.
and you can see like her knee, like it's a mess. It's a mess. A few seconds later, like just right before, like after all that happens, you see Valeth kind of just.
Yeah.
The mechanism continues to slam, and then it stops, and then the doors fly open, flinging more of her blood droplets everywhere. And then some sort of mechanism that's round inside the round bottom of the elevator flips up and just dumps all the bones, and just kind of throws dust all over Valeth, and then it kind of resets back in.
And it starts to go down?
Yep.
But it doesn't lower like into the floor like an elevator. It's just that's what that is.
I wonder if it's meant to look like an
You're
elevator.
not sure.
I know, that's what I'm like. I'm still on top of it, so I'm like, is it made to look like an elevator? It doesn't go anywhere. It actually does go somewhere.
You can. I mean, as soon as it, that's up to you. I guess decide what you do as it's going down. So.
Nothing to do with that conversation.
Envy, you see Bailiff on the floor.
Yeah.
passed out.
I want to, since it's mainly looking at that, like its elevator, I'm gonna run over and try to drag Bailiff back.
Yeah, and you notice that Starlight is the brightest red you've ever seen. Starlight. Okay, so you drag Bailiff away, and then what?
And then I'm going to. Okay, she just passed out. She's not dying, right?
No, I just
Yeah,
passed out from the bed.
Okay.
Yeah, she's in shock.
Okay.
An unconscious shock.
So I want to heal her.
I'm
Could
gonna give
I-
her 40 points of damage.
Because the door or the floor closes after the elevator goes down, right?
So technically the floor kind of opens up, kind of like a spinning iris kind of thing,
Mhm.
and then the elevator shaft comes up, and then it goes down, and then the thing closes. Yeah.
Could I try as I go down, instead of going down with it, just wedging my quarterstaff into that iris
Sure.
to prevent it from closing all the way?
Mhm.
So then once the elevator clicks in place,
Mhm.
I can hopefully maybe pry it open later because my rope is still dangling down into it.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yep.
I'll do that.
Yeah. So
I'll just kind of attach myself to my rope and then just hang from the rope
yeah,
and
and
put the
as
quarterstaff in.
as it lowers down and the iris begins to close, it's not like a really fast close.
Mhm.
It's just kind of like a slow kind of turn close.
Yeah.
You wedge it open, and something about the mechanism, because you've done that, it actually opens back up, and it just stays open.
Okay. And
So-
but the elevator goes down.
Nope.
The elevator just sits there
Nope.
too.
Yep. You see the top of the elevator.
Oh.
It stops.
It's not an elevator.
So it's like
Maybe.
a slap chop,
But-
only meant to crush.
Yeah.
It's exactly like a slap chop.
So I healed Bailiff for 14.
Oh, I should have made it a slap chop. That would have been funny. Like,
Horrifying.
ding, 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 ding. You die.
Her legs would be gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, she'd be like this. You'd have no legs. This is just
How
not
much is
meant
you?
to have.
14.
Bailiff legless.
So you're at 15. What'd you say?
I said bailiff legless.
Like,
Layliff? Layliff?
Yeah.
She has a list from when she lost her voice.
yeah.
Lost
Okay,
your voice, lost
well-
your legs.
I will move over to Bailiff, who's unconscious.
Yeah, I mean, now that you're healed, you're at 15.
I mean, it's probably painful still, but bearable.
Yeah,
You can't not have something like that be painful still.
yeah,
Oh,
you
yeah.
still feel the pain, but there was something about like how quickly it all happened. It like kind of comes back to you in like this weird tsunami like wave of memory,
Yeah.
and it's just this shocking like, oh my god, I just almost died. If you were in there, how bad would that have been? You know, that kind of.
How many people have died that way?
There's a lot of dust.
Yeah.
That is a
You're covered in all most of it.
mean damn trick.
Sure are. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, the iris is still open. It doesn't look to be going down.
Yeah.
The other elevators, you remember, like when they went down, you
They
could
went
see
down.
through that little crack because the iris stayed open.
And they made that rumbling noise,
Yeah.
which this one didn't do.
It did when it came up, and then when it went back down, it went down smoother. But there is a bit of a as it settles. Yeah. So.
Well, that was fucked.
Well, good.
Thank you. That's it.
You're welcome.
See, now if we can just go into the blue one, but now you're in pain.
It's fine.
Did you think of an idea of how to get up the blue one while we were dying?
Yeah, just climb it. we're adventurers. We
And
can
how?
you know, toss up a rope on a.
Oh, I'm going to say just for brevity's sake, sorry. You finished one anti-venom.
The whole time he's just sitting over there making the antivenom.
Yeah, he probably finished a while ago, but it's time wiping, yeah. So
Oh
he
yeah.
He
All
eventually
her friends
finished.
are dying, getting smushed to death.
You see why I go first?
You can't always go first. I don't want you to die any more than you want me to die.
Up. What did you say it was? 80 feet?
You realize, hold on, out of game, you have one more hit point than she does. So
How many hit points do you have?
20.
25.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute. I have 33.
Wow.
I got 32.
Oh wow, the wizard has more than you. Oh, sad. That con
Alright.
man.
Yeah, that one's important.
Bailiff like tries your
34?
leg out.
34.
Yeah, you can walk.
Okay.
You recognize that you probably barely missed a broken or shattered leg. Yeah.
Well, might as well keep going, right?
And he has volunteered to throw something up into the air, 80 feet, that will stick,
Do you guys
that we
want
can
to?
climb up.
Do you guys want to see my map notes for this area?
Mm.
Yes.
Murder hole.
No, but it's funny. Yeah, let's see. Make it visible.
Elevator crusher.
Yeah. Just so I remember which one it was. Yeah.
You one of these had to get freaked
Now,
out.
one of these are
What are the white
those are the
marks?
bones,
It's all the bones.
and the circles are the ones that have the
Nice.
seams that look like they could be elevators. That one was totally an elevator.
Fortunately, I cannot teleport again.
So what do you guys do?
Let's climb up the balloon.
Alright.
Do you have anyone have a climbing hook? You don't have one of those?
Maybe.
I have
How's your
not
leg?
recently found myself needing to climb up
Hurts.
a tunnel.
You have a climber's kit.
Do you have a climber's kit?
Are you going to be able to climb on it?
No, why not?
No, she's fine now. She's a little sore, like she worked out too hard. Maybe pulled a muscle, but she can.
Power of healing.
Yeah, magical healing, man.
She'll have nightmares about that for the next 6 months.
Feeling claustrophobic.
Yeah, I think elevators are gonna be real rough for her going forward.
She fell in one.
Because there's so many in this world. Yes.
Well, in this particular
Apparently.
dungeon, there is that one that they
Broke
still want to
one
go
and
down.
almost got killed by another.
I feel like your master is probably going to install one in his home after he sees this place. Oh, an elevator.
Yeah. Ooh. I
And then
figured
every
out
time
how to
Bailiff
work.
comes over.
Nope.
No.
But once it gets out in the
What a
world, then
great
everyone's
elevator.
gonna have one elevator.
Mm-hmm.
I have a python. I have pythons and I have
I have nothing.
boot tips, gloves, and a harness.
I just have a rope.
Yeah, if you have a climbing kit, then you have everything you need to hammer and pythons and climb up and stuff.
So I will
Because you have
start
a dungeoneering kit too.
doing that.
How's all that?
So you're gonna go to the Blue Light Alcove.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a cool tavern name.
Blue light.
All right, and then who's following her or aiding or anything? Like, what are y'all doing?
I don't know how I could aid her. If it
You-
involves climbing.
You can either make a survival to secure all the ropes and the stuffs,
I know that.
or are you proficient? What tools are you proficient with?
I am
Me?
proficient
Oh,
with
either of you.
disguise kits, dragon chest sets, poisoners kits, and thieves tools.
Nothing of use. But I am trained in survival. And I imagine with her background, she has a lot of experience tying knots and climbing.
Yep.
Like, given, like, living high up.
It's very unfortunate I neglected to learn that spell, Levitate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Uh,
anyway.
So
So
I can help tie the knots.
yeah. Are you proficient? And it's between you five, you can do this easily. Like, it's not like it's. Now the question is, how sensitive or delicate are you to the bas reliefs that extend 20 feet? Are you going to hammer pythons into them and potentially ruin them, or are you going to try to preserve them?
I would vote for
Or you could just tie the
'Cause that's
rope
part of it.
around one of the hands or.
Oh no, the bas
No,
reliefs
like-
only set like 2 inches.
I would probably
Bar
haul it
reliefs are
down
very
to
shallow
Connor at the first one I come
smooth.
across and be like, so is there like a deduction to my paycheck if I break something?
You can say it was already broken.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's already broken in this place. Like, that's not gonna be held against us, right?
I'm more concerned that these reliefs might tell a story.
Alright, I'm gonna
Destroying
try and
them may alter them.
That would not fly.
Fly where?
So okay.
Wait, you can fly?
I said that would not
Wait, we can fly?
Fly where? This is a colloquial term. Yes.
Yes.
I haven't spoken common in
So
years.
how are you going to get the first python above 20 feet?
How
That would
Indian.
not work.
Do you have a ladder or any kind
A ladder?
of?
Wait, isn't there like an old table?
A ladder of bones?
Across an old table somewhere?
There were work tables down in the poisonous
Weren't
gas
they made of
area.
stone,
Past
though?
they
But they were
were,
carved.
but they weren't carved out of the same stone, but they were stone. They'd be very heavy.
I mean, isn't
Like,
there any
yeah.
on this level?
Um,
though? I want to go
So
up there.
20 feet is how high it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I could just stand on. Who's the tallest person here?
pretty sure it's COVID.
Yeah.
Coben, come over here. Give me a boost up. And I'll try and see if I can reach.
You're about halfway.
We could do like a pyramid.
That's what I was thinking.
Like a
Yeah,
cheerleader
yeah.
pyramid. Yeah.
Alright, so Coben's gonna
Group
stand.
acrobatics check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody roll an acrobatics check.
Okay.
Oh my god. Future campaign, we're just a group of cheerleaders.
Isn't that what we are now?
Ready? Okay.
Brr, it's cold out there.
I got a 17.
Cool.
23.
Another one of our modern campaigns.
Yeah.
That's what we should do. Is we should be cheerleaders in a modern day campaign. So on
I love that. 17, 17,
Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
23.
Wow.
23, 17.
Have you guys seen Yellow Jackets?
What did you get?
Not yet, but I've heard of
What?
it.
4.
You guys
What?
would really like it.
What did you get?
5.
Oh my god.
Okay. So the majority of you passed. So
He like
Hey,
doesn't have any
girls!
idea how to make this pyramid.
So you on the top with your python and the hammer, you secure it right above the bas reliefs.
I imagine these
Into
two on the
just-
bottom and like Cinder maybe in the middle and she just stands on top of me.
Yeah.
Because I'm
That's
we're
kinda-
the lightest.
That's kinda
Intellectually, I
seeing
know
it.
how this is supposed to work. In practice, I have no idea.
Yeah. So
He's
yeah,
just awkwardly like, "Ugh."
yeah. I
trying not to
imagine
touch you
to get
inappropriately.
that high, actually, you'd have to be on top of one on top of the other.
Yeah.
So you have to climb and
Well, that's
stand
right,
on the
that's right,
shoulders,
that's right, like a
and then
pyramid.
steady yourself on the bas
Yeah.
relief. Climb, steady. Yeah. So eventually, you get to the top. You hammer that first python. You secure the rope, and then from there, you kind of hold onto the rope. You're secure. Then the pressure's relieved, and then you python, tie, python.
Yeah.
So it goes up. So you finally find this hole. You run out of rope. It's 80 feet.
well, we all have ropes, so
Yeah.
I can give her 50 more feet of my rope.
And I have extra pythons because of what we found
Yeah.
in with the wolves.
Yeah. So that'll give her 100 feet.
Yeah. So this will take you probably a good half hour
Okay.
because it's slow going because you can't fly or anything. So
An extra half hour to work on his antidote.
yeah, I mean he finished it, but yeah.
I thought there was multiple.
I mean, if he wanted to make another one, he would need to roll another check to see how long it would take him. Yeah.
Could
Okay.
you just save the first one and just keep working on it? Like,
Yeah.
Here and there.
Yeah, you can split up your time.
So that way it's not a waste of 20 gold.
Yeah, but he failed the other one. Yeah. He didn't roll it. He fucked it up.
While she's doing that, I'm gonna wander back to that lantern thing, the broken mechanism,
What?
and examine it some more.
Broken mechanism.
That's broken.
That broken mechanism with writing on it.
Oh, way down there.
Way down there.
Okay.
Just while we're waiting, so
Yeah,
we have time. She didn't really stop and examine it, so.
Wait.
Okay. Hope you don't die.
You're there.
Yeah, I mean, we might get something more out of it since we know more now than we
What
did.
else is everybody else doing?
I'm gonna wait. Just make sure she doesn't fall and die.
I'll
Hammer time.
identify the ring.
Mhm.
Oh, the wing of flying.
Oh
That's just-
God! Oh God!
You don't know. You don't know what
I know
it
what it is. I'm just saying. I'm gonna laugh if that's a ring of flying and the red lantern's inside the sarcophagus.
Oh yeah, you guys go check that too.
I'm pretty sure it'll kill us.
If that is a ring of flying,
And honestly, if that was the obvious trap, I don't want to know what the unobvious trap does. It's just power word kill.
So, a passage. So as you crest on over this hole, you get to the lip of it, and you realize that the hole itself is perfectly round and like a cylinder that's carved into. So you're climbing up a wall, and then you bend into a cylindrical tube hallway.
Like a vent.
Kind of, yeah. It's pretty large though. It's like 10 by 10 feet, like it's a 10-foot diameter hole.
Okay.
And then you see perhaps 70-ish feet away, the passage ends in what looks like an enormous stone human face, its mouth open in an angry scream. There's no hole through the mouth, but the mouth is open.
Where do I see that?
It is right here. And
And the light?
yep, I'm getting there.
Okay.
Emanating from the scream's mouth is a scintillating like color wheel, like rainbow color that kind of fades, almost kind of like starlight in a way, but there's a pattern. It goes through Roy G. Biv, right?
What order? Is it in
red.
the order of Roy G. Biv?
Yeah. You good? So yeah, what's your passive perception? Okay. You notice on the floor, the walls and the floor are very long scratch marks and dig marks, like long strands of scratches that go along the bottom of this. Somewhat on the sides, not all the way on the sides, but like the sides, and then the bottom. There are like some pock marks, like chips, some long scratches, like you've taken a sword or something and like dug into the stone.
Can I make an intelligence check, or like what would make those kinds of marks?
Yeah, investigation check.
That's a plus 3. It's only 12.
12.
Yeah.
They look like scratch marks. You're not sure what could cause them. There are a lot of them. They look like they look somewhat directional. Like they go from, if you're looking at the screen, from right to left.
So
So
towards
from
the hole.
Yeah,
So something pushing something back,
maybe.
almost.
I'm not sure.
or dragging something.
I'm not sure.
But that's the direction it seems.
It seems, yeah.
Alright, the pythons are in place.
Mm-hmm. And the other rope is basically attached.
Once everything is done like that, how long does it take to go up and down?
Your speed is halved when you're climbing, unless you have a climb speed. So you could climb 15 feet, well, you more, but 15 feet per round, unless you spend your move action, your action.
And it's 80 feet.
So
So it takes 5
for
rounds.
you, for example, you can move 90 feet, so you can move 45 feet in 1 round. So it would take you about a round and a half. So about 10 seconds for you, and for you about 6 to 7 seconds. For them, 2 rounds, let's say, just make it easy.
So pretty quick.
So I go back down.
Pretty damn quick.
I'm fairly certain there is no possible way that Connor could climb a rope 80 feet high in 12 seconds.
What's his strength?
This is where D&D somewhat breaks down to reality.
Yeah. What is your strength?
10.
That's average.
You
I
can climb
mean,
better than me.
if you think about like just straight pulling up and climbing on a rope, it wouldn't take you that long to go 8 stories up. If you were really weak.
That's kind
Okay.
of tall.
Maybe.
Story.
It would definitely.
Maybe, yeah.
I'm not saying it's impossible, but it would take a lot longer than 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think we'll suspend disbelief because you guys are adventurers.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so that's
So-
where D&D kind of breaks down
Yeah,
a little bit.
yeah.
But
Alright.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go back down
Okay.
before going any further just so I can communicate what I saw.
Oh, and one more thing.
Yes.
In this tunnel in particular, you hear that. Excuse me.
Whisper?
You don't hear that. You do hear some of the whispers, but more of that howling kind of wind, and you feel a little bit of it. You're not buffeted, but
Mhm.
you feel a little bit of the wind in this tunnel.
So I'll go back down and I see that Envy and Connor are still there, and Coven also a little bit further into the main chamber, and tell them what I see, and let them know that I'm gonna investigate further, but I have concerns that. So if I don't come back in like 5 minutes, come after me. Or pull me down. Copy?
I'm not there.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
So
you
see
want
how
us
the
to
rope, so it's like,
pull you down.
yeah.
Yeah.
So like it's attached, it's anchored to keep me from falling. But if I'm not back and you call out for me,
We pull the rope.
you can pull the rope.
So you're attached to the rope by another rope?
I have a harness, right? Because it's a climber's kit. So I have
Okay.
like a full harness where I can like pull myself up.
Sure.
When she had 100 feet of rope and she used 80, so she had 20. She would have 20 extra feet of rope.
Sure. Okay.
Roughly. So I'm hoping that I can go 20 feet in. And
But they
have
wouldn't
a
be able to
better
pull
idea.
you out because you'd have to climb to the very edge of the last height, and then they could pull you.
Yeah.
Sure, even that. Like, I don't necessarily want them to like pull the whole thing out, but just like if I don't come back.
So
If I die up there, please retrieve my body for proper burial.
okay. So you don't expect
Jesus.
to survive an 80-foot fall.
No.
She won't fall. She'll fall out 20 feet and then dangle.
See,
I'm not there. This is your book talking.
I mean, I just,
yo, man.
Oh man.
I think that I'm probably the best. Anyway, I'm gonna go back up. Best choice.
Okay. So meanwhile, you're looking at this strange device.
Yeah, she just wanted to go back to it, and so yeah, she approaches it,
Cool.
and I'll light a torch so that I can see color.
Mm-hmm.
Though I don't think there was any color, but just in case. And she just wanted to examine it, considering that the markings, the writing, and everything matched.
Mm-hmm.
The thing.
Mm-hmm.
So she, yeah, the thing. And so she just wanted to kind of explore it a little more
Okay.
and see if any are identical or if they're just similar, if you match any of them or anything.
Yeah. It would be like if you specifically Angela, because you don't read or write Arabic, were to see Arabic and be familiar with it,
Mhm.
and then see more Arabic, but it'd be different words.
Yeah.
You'd be like, this is really similar.
Mhm.
Like,
She can't pick out any characters that are like the same.
not really, no. It's almost like a stylistic, almost like it may be the same or similar alphabet,
Mm.
if that makes sense. If it were an alphabet,
Right.
yeah.
And this, because Primordial's not generally written.
No.
Do I get any sense that there might be a difference between the writing of Orin versus the Earth one versus
Taranakwan or Aiden.
like I don't know if I've seen it or like I don't know. I don't know if I can make that distinction because I don't know if I've seen any other ones, but I guess maybe the symbol on the Earth Elemental. But
Oh, I see. Are you trying to distinguish if this device is attached to a certain element?
like yeah, if this device is maybe the writing on this device is specifically Orin Primordial
Oh, I see.
versus like another one might be Terran Primordial.
Yeah. So I would akin this to, you're looking at, like, let's say that Orin is French and Ignan is Spanish. You're looking at Latin.
Mm.
Latin with French grammar.
Okay, so I'm looking at more the base.
Yeah. So you're looking at something with air stylized, kind of,
Mm-hmm.
but that similar alphabet is what is the same as the other thing.
Okay.
Like, it's very, very close.
And I can't tell what this thing did. Like based on the writing, like in reading, trying to read the Primordial.
Yeah, it just says Icos, and like it's part of that name.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't remember what you guys' I know you guys rolled, but I don't think you deserved exactly what it could have been.
No, and I don't remember whether I rolled or not. I remember they were all looking at it.
Yeah. Well,
But-
yeah. Now, I mean, you've been through the temple a little bit more. You can go ahead and roll again and see if you can kind of.
Would this be like a history or an insight or?
Yeah, it would be an Arcana.
Well, that's 11.
Yeah.
I have no training in Arcana.
The only thing that you could really piece together is that, well, it's obviously elemental.
Oh yeah.
These glass shards are somewhat mirror-like.
They're not red, are they?
Huh?
They're not red, are they?
No.
Okay.
But they're not the same shards as the elevators.
Yes.
They are.
They're the same material. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is mirror-like.
Yeah, which is mirror-like. Yeah.
And I still see infinite refractions of myself in it.
You sure do.
But only when I'm in my air stance.
Yes. And you know, as a monk of the, Way of the Four Harmonies, the air is often associated, at least colloquially, or on a base level with travel, movement, some sort of transportation.
That's what I was thinking. Damn.
So I mean, it's not enough to really tell you what it did,
Yeah.
but it kind of gives you clues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be kind of funny if while you were fiddling with this,
Mm-hmm.
and she was up in front of the mouth, outshot a death ray.
And this is the same person that the coffin is.
Yes.
Not the other name.
Yeah.
This is that same name.
Yeah. So this is Icosia.
Okay. So make sure it doesn't tell
Yeah,
her to
you
hold
can
it.
kind of piece together like this is this whole area is probably Icosia's tomb.
Did we ever go that way?
That's where the wolves are.
Yeah, that's where the the collapse passage is.
Okay, that we absolutely couldn't get through.
That would take looks like it would take weeks of digging in all that crap.
Don't you have mold earth?
I have Mold Earth, but I don't have Burrow yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mold Earth would take a really long time to
Yeah, and there's a lot of worked stone you wouldn't be able to go through.
No. If I had Burrow.
True.
If I was 6th level again. Okay, that's yeah. So I'll head back up.
Okay. Yeah, you hear those whispers constantly.
Can I whisper back?
Sure.
And Orin.
I mean, you don't technically speak Orin, do you?
Speak primordial.
Yeah, okay. Sure. They don't answer back. They're whispers.
Oh, fine. Rude.
So about this time, you climb back up.
Yep, and I've also
Do you have your
retrieved
lantern?
an additional 50 feet of rope.
Well, she has her goggles of night.
Yeah, I know. But do you want to light a lantern or no?
Not right at the moment.
Okay.
But I have also, like I said, retrieved an additional 50 feet of rope.
Okay, so you can go 70 feet?
Yes.
Okay.
You let her climb back up.
So do you want to
Well,
go
that's
70 feet?
It's a very strong word.
I would like to investigate for traps, triggers, anything suspicious or dangerous, and proceed forward. Yes, up to 70 feet.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Is your perception of
Yes.
dangerous really good?
Once she gets to like where she would be when I get back and have like a little conversation with these people,
Yeah.
Cinder's just gonna climb up.
Okay.
That's
That's
not
fine.
terrible. That's an 18.
But once I get to the top, I'm gonna switch to the.
Wait, did you
stance
say
of the earth.
perception or investigation?
Investigation.
Okay, that's a 7.
Yeah, I can't imagine that you were gone very long, Cinder, so.
No.
Is there
No, but I
any-
missed her conversation she had. So.
Yeah. Is there a particular conversation you wanted to have with them?
Oh no, I just figured that I would get back. They would tell me that she climbed down
Oh, I see.
and went back up to explore.
Okay.
And Cinder just wouldn't wave, so.
Alright, so you get to about there when Cinder makes it to the top.
I don't have my fortune anymore.
And so the 18,
17.
it's at 17. You don't see any traps, although the colored mouth
Mm-hmm.
is giving you a little bit of a vibe.
Okay.
You don't see any kind of trigger mechanism, but a 17 is pretty good to tell you that maybe it's proximity based, but you don't know the proximity.
So I want to stop right on the outside of the light,
Okay.
because if I had to guess, that's what I would do if I was setting a trap.
Okay. And are you getting any closer?
I stay just in front of the mouth of the hole, I guess.
Uh-huh.
But I'm gonna, well, maybe like 10 feet in, but I'm going to shift into my stance of the earth and stay there.
Okay.
And kind of a root in place.
Okay.
Do I see anything else from there? Just the mouth.
It's just a screaming open mouth face. The whole end of this circular tunnel is just a big face. It's the same hairless, genderless face.
How big is the mouth?
The mouth is maybe 3 or 4 feet.
Wow. Is there a obvious point of origin for the light?
No.
No. Okay.
But it's about when you get here that the scintillating colors stop and 7 motes of color, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, all appear in a circle, and all of them wink out except for red, and that
Wow.
light begins to grow and grow and grow, and I need you both to make strength saving throws.
Is this
It,
a push
yes.
effect? Because
13.
ooh, fuck. Is this non-magical earth of stone beneath my feet?
Ooh, stone. That's vague.
Because if it is, I cannot be forcibly pushed or pulled.
It's magical.
The floor is. The stone itself is.
No.
No.
Okay. It's the stone beneath my feet. If it's not,
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Magical.
no. The stone.
okay, I cannot be pushed or pulled then.
Okay, cool.
As long as I don't move.
Yeah, 13.
I got a 13.
Do I still need to make a save?
Versus
Versus any sort of damage or anything?
no. So you.
Do I need to make a dexterity save for Phelan?
Well, we'll see. Okay. Let me make this visible.
Yep.
Holy.
So imagine that just all red.
Yeah.
and you are blasted 60 feet back. Oh, that's right there. So 60 feet. You may make a dexterity save to try to catch her. You have no chance of catching yourself.
Nope.
You are tied.
So,
So,
there's
but
that.
you pity the fool who.
Ooh, 21.
21. Nice.
Hell
You
yeah.
catch her.
It moved at the last minute from a 10 to a 17, and I was like, oh!
So you do catch her.
Oh, but I can't hold you.
And you are scooted by her about 5 feet, and you grab her hands, and the force of this red light begins to just become this whirlwind vortex of air, and it's hurricane beyond hurricane force, and you are fine. She looks like she's standing there just fine, but you're basically like a flag in the wind as she's holding on to you, and eventually within and you guys down there, all of a sudden a gust of air. I need all of you guys to make DC 5 strength checks
Oh my god.
as this wind travels down and blows into
Well, I
the
rolled a 10.
okay DC 5
A saving throw?
strength saving throw.
If I got a natural 20, so.
Nice.
Yep.
You're like, what?
I got a 3.
A 3.
Oh, shit!
So you just stumble down to your knees and like back a couple feet as this buffet of wind literally hits you, and
Coben
like
catches
you kind of
you.
like yeah, actually he rolled a natural 20. Like he kind of catches you and puts his hand behind your
Who's
back.
right behind her?
Yeah, it's true.
Envy's like,
You're like I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden, yeah, there's a huge gust of wind, and Connor, you can't see that far. Never mind. And there's no light up there. Well, actually, you do see Connor. Sorry, you do see this blazing red light out of the darkness, and you see a little bit of a silhouette
Oh, I don't have a torch
Oh,
on
you
me.
have
of
it,
a woman flailing in midair. But that's all you can really see from your perspective because it's very far away. Anyway, eventually it dies down, and you're holding onto her, right?
Yeah, and I just kind of pull her back into, like...
I'm like holding on to Cinder, like,
I imagine she's doing a lot more of the holding.
koala bear style.
yep, absolutely.
I
So
fall over because I
the
can't
light
hold you up.
stops, and you take a moment, and it returns to that scintillating
Okay.
Roy G. Biv.
I think we need to light the red light.
Hmm.
I'll bet.
Maybe this is another trap.
I don't think so. I think that the red light being the only one remaining, like, that's the key.
So the insect thing.
Not necessarily. We have one more light we have not looked at, and we haven't looked in the sarcophagus. I'll start climbing down.
Easily
I
done.
looked at all of the lights.
So you join back up with your companions. Envy, actually, all of your hair. Hey, nice. Your hair is all completely like 80s windblown. Like you're total Eclipse of the Heart style.
Ah,
Friends.
God.
I very much dislike that way.
I don't know why that one came on.
You see why I always want that
Yeah,
one
Cinder will
off?
just start putting it back in its...
Wide berth of that light.
yeah.
But this one, we haven't looked at this one.
No, there's no device on that one, though.
No.
Oh, is that right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
So technically, it's from your guys' perspective, your conversation. It's the bugs of the sarcophagus.
My vote is
Well, I have to go to
sarcophagus.
the bathroom, and I will be back.
Did we want to take a break? Because we haven't taken one yet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's take a mini break.
Yeah, let's just like take a
It's a
5
good
10
time to
minute
break.
So we will be going to break,
And we'll be right back.
and we will be right back.